decades of severe weather experience here for you when it counts. This is Doc Deason's Weather, live now.
Well, hi everybody. Hope you're having a good Thursday night. We're at it, keeping an eye on things. Nothing tornadic in the area now, just the straight line wind concern, which has been what we've been watching for the last couple of hours. If you were with us back during the 6 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour, it kind of all runs together. But we did have tornadoes across the eastern counties, and we have had that also across northwestern counties. Hopkins County had a tornado earlier on this afternoon, had some damage near Picton. Have seen tornado video out of Marion County, and we will continue to watch this line as it comes across tonight. I figured we'd hop on, even though we don't have anything tornadic in the area. I know it's dark. A lot of folks can get kind of spooked this time of year as things get a little bit more active, as they normally do during the months of March and April and May. And so we'll hop on and talk a little bit about what is going on and kind of walk you through this stuff. If you saw some of the video out of Dallas, they had some 70 to looks like 80 mile an hour winds out of this line that came through here an hour or so back. Had the tornado sirens going off, and even had a tornado warning for southeastern Dallas County earlier on. I haven't seen anything as far as damage, at least substantial damage from that, but even an 80 mile an hour straight line wind is enough to do a good amount of smaller scale damage. And if it can hit a tree at the right spot, could put a tree over and obviously injure someone or potentially kill them for that matter. So we need to be mindful of this line as it does sweep across the area this evening. All right, let's take a look at the radar, and we will see what it is that we are dealing with right now. Here's the line as it currently stands. So we've got it about splitting the difference there between Rains County, about cutting it in half there near Emory, and then rolling back up to the north into Cumbie right now. Sulphur Springs, you'll have a pretty good burst of wind your area probably in the next, I'd say, 15 to 25 minutes. Other than that, I haven't seen anything reports as far as anything tornadic out of it at the moment, which is obviously good news. The one thing about these types of lines is that there could be something embedded in there, and you would have a hard time knowing it until it's right up on top of you. So this is not one of those situations where we're going to see stuff long ways out and be able to notice it with a whole lot of warning time. Okay, but that is kind of the hand we've been dealt tonight. Some pretty good lightning in there as well. And so this line will continue tracking east. It's moving at about 50 or so miles an hour as it does so. Tracking the line further to the south, and we're getting it into northern Van Zandt County right now. Folks, Edgewood getting some pretty good wind, I would think. If you are not yet getting some wind in Fruitvale, you will soon. Grand Saline, ditto that. Canton, same. Wills Point, probably getting some pretty good wind about right now. And that will kind of be a sign of things to come as we go through the next little bit. The line kind of arcs back to the southwest in through Kaufman County. Henderson County is officially, at least the western part of Henderson County, under the severe thunderstorm warning. That's west of Athens, so back towards Malakoff, and then everybody back over towards Gun Barrel City and closer to I-45. But the line itself seems to be making a little bit better progress on that northern end as opposed to the southern end. Weather Service did go ahead with a severe thunderstorm warning for Smith County, but the line is still a good ways off to the east, or to the west rather, and we've got a little ways to wait on that thing there. I'm going to try to reset the Weather Service chat real fast as it keeps losing connection tonight, and we see that sometimes when we've got a lot of folks who are trying to hop in the mix on things on a night like tonight. So I'm going to try to re-engage that. And a couple of rooms to get into here. We'll hop into Houston and hop into Shreveport. There's Shreveport. Okay. First off, tornado watch continues for most of the area until 10 o'clock. Weather Service will make a determination here in another hour or so. This line will be through Tyler well before 10 o'clock, which is the expiration time on the watch box. But they will be making assessments of that going forward regardless. And so we do have that kind of in place. Here's a broader look at the line itself. You can see it stretches all the way up into Oklahoma. Most of these orange highlighted counties, those are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, the minimum criteria for that's going to be around 60 mile an hour on the wind. We're not going to have a ton of hail out of this thing tonight. Were we to have some individual storms that fire up out ahead of the main line, that could be a hail producing situation. But most of the time, when you're working with these long lines of storms, the main concern is going to be for straight line winds and also what could be some embedded tornadoes in there. Can't ever rule that out, especially on a night like tonight with all the dynamics that are in place. Here's what the line has looked like over the last hour or so. And you can see it making good progress through DFW. Severe weather threats over after this thing goes through. That'll be it insofar as the severe threat is concerned. Okay, so once you get that past your house, you can breathe the proverbial sigh of relief, I guess, as they say. So line right now stretching again. Paris back down to the western part of Hopkins County. Looks like trying to get a little bit more of its act together there due west of Sulphur Springs. And that, anytime we see anything trying to bulge out like this along that line, could be indicative of a little bit stronger straight line winds trying to push that rain out. So we'll see if that translates into anything more in the way of wind than the 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, which is what the Weather Service has got laid in here along that line. So officially, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings right now in place for Van Zandt County, Hopkins County, also Rains County. Out ahead of that, Weather Service in Shreveport has gone ahead and pretty much blanketed a good chunk of the central counties of East Texas. That's Smith County, Franklin, Wood, Upshur, Morris, Titus, Camp, and even Gregg County, Longview, in severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. So that gives us, roughly about another 47 minutes on top of what we already have here for the warning. 60 mile an hour winds and penny-sized hail is what the bulk of at least the Shreveport counties are warned for. Winds warned a little bit stronger across the western counties. Weather Service in Fort Worth is calling closer to 70 mile an hour winds potentially along the line as it crosses these areas from west to east. Okay, but as you can see, there's nothing really in the Tyler area right now, or Wood County for that matter. Although the line is getting closer to that Lake Fork or is really on top of the northwestern piece of Lake Fork, but the line will continue moving to the east, and that'll cross over into Wood County. The two Weather Service offices, they separate jurisdiction right here along the eastern edge of Hopkins County, western edge of Wood County. This Shreveport takes over further to the east. Fort Worth handles everything further to the west. Bethany, how's Van looking? Well, let's look in here on Van. Not too much going on right now, except for that line that's coming your way. It's pretty decent lightning in there, at least in spots. But the wind again is going to be the main concern within this thing, and out just ahead of it too, for that matter. So you'll have some pretty good wind before the rain ever starts, most likely in this. So that's just kind of a little forewarning for you on that. You'll want to have everything kind of buttoned down in the yard. If you got trash cans, anything that's light and susceptible to taking off, I would recommend getting that stuff secured if you've got time to do that out ahead of this line as we kind of watch things moving along. David, the line's moving east at about, we'll call it 45 to 50 miles an hour. So that's a good general kind of motion on this thing. Weather Service has just going ahead with a tornado watch that's going to go till midnight. They're going to extend the existing watch that runs until 10 o'clock. Looks like they're going to run that now till midnight, and that'll pretty much cover everybody out here from Angelina County, Cherokee County, Knack, Panola, Rusk, Sabine, St. Augustine, Shelby counties. That will cover pretty much the entirety of the area until midnight. But like I said earlier, this thing will be long over with for a lot of folks before midnight tonight. So that's hopefully some kind of help there on that. What the warning sound? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You may be hearing the chat software, which will alert me if a new message comes in or is passed along through the weather service. That may be what you're hearing. I'm not exactly sure what all is passing through, but that may be from the NWS chat, which we're able to monitor and pass along information to them. They pass it along our way as well, and can the little audible tone gives me a heads up that something's come through the system, so I can take a look at it. I'm watching it on a couple of monitors here, but I think what y'all are hearing is off my computer, so hopefully that helps to answer that. Ballpark on putting the kids to bed. Well, that's a good question. I think western counties, you'll be able to kind of set down sooner than the central and eastern counties will. If you're in Sulphur Springs, you'll be through with the worst of this probably in the next 15 to 25 minutes. And further to the east or further to the south, Emory, you guys are right on top of the line right now. The worst of the wind is going to be in this kind of this heightened section here, kind of that first 5 to 10 miles, if that much, and then it just turns into more of just a heavy rain type thing from there. But put the kids to bed, Tyler. I mean, if you want to looking at a time, I'd say probably another 45 minutes to an hour before this thing is done in Tyler. Okay, that helps some, and we'll continue to kind of just walk it across here for the next hour or so. Again, I know nothing tornadic, no tornado warnings out at the moment, but just thought we would come in and talk about this, since I know folks are kind of keyed up about it, and it's a heck of a way to start the first severe weather episode of the year. Kind of is really where we're at here, and stuff happens at night. Nighttime events make people more nervous. I get that. Hard to see the stuff, all the natural things that you would expect. Why do they always come through at night, Jackie? That's a good question. Typically, a lot of the stuff that fires these systems up happens out earlier in the day out in West Texas, and so we end up getting the stragglers from the bigger stuff that happened earlier in the afternoon or earlier in the day. And the timing of that stuff usually puts it in here after dark. So Mark, Winsboro, yeah, you'll see some pretty good wind out of this thing when it comes through. I'd say 40 to 60, maybe 65 miles an hour. This will all kind of depend on how the line's able to hold itself together moving forward. It's got a pretty good amount of energy coming up out of the southwest with it, so I think it very well will be able to hold on to severe weather potential, which would be, like I said earlier, around 60 mile an hour winds. I think it'll very well maybe be able to hold on to that by the time we push this thing across at least the central counties. Now you get into the east, over towards Marshall and down to Carthage and Nacogdoches. By that point, we'll have to wait and see, see if the thing's able to hold on to its intensity. Very well may lose a little bit more, as we've lost daytime heating now for well over an hour. The atmosphere not quite as charged as it was earlier in the day. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see kind of how things pan out here. Really good wind in Emory. Okay, very good. Not surprised to hear that at all. I would be surprised if we didn't have some strong winds in Emory right now. But I will tell you that those winds will probably last you another 15 to 20, maybe 25 minutes, and then you'll be out of it. Okay, so that's if that gives you some kind of something to be looking at and trying to estimate what your evening's going to look like. This will all be over for you guys in Emory probably well before 8:30. So just kind of hang in there. Let's see here. Weather Service saying low level jet continues to spread over. Canton sounding the sirens. Oh, okay. I know they were sounding the sirens. Yeah, Canton sirens are on. Yeah. Okay, Whitney, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, some of these towns, they have their own local rules on what they activate sirens for. Some will activate just for tornadoes. Some may activate for winds over a certain threshold, maybe 50 or 60 or 70 miles an hour. That warning that came out for Van Zandt County, they posted winds up to 70 miles an hour in the warning itself. So. They may have just gone ahead and activated the sirens because of that. I don't see anything indicating a tornadic threat, whether that be radar or from the Weather Service. But if the sirens are going off, it's probably just their attempt to give people any more heads up. Although a lot of folks use those sirens as kind of their determining factor as to whether or not they're going to be worried or not. Which they're not designed to do that, but that's what a lot of people do. And so the Canton folks, if you have hit the sirens, that's probably just out of an abundance of caution, I would think. Let's see here. Substream obs. Yeah, Weather Service is also kind of trying to assess what the models have been showing, which is potential for this line to lose some of its steam as it goes further east, like we talked about, with the loss of daytime heating. That's a big piece of energy that you lose after dark. So. I wouldn't be surprised to see the line maintain some severe intensity as it crosses, but I would also be expecting it to probably lose a little bit of composure just because of the loss of daytime heating. Hey Jesse, thanks for being here. Canton Trade today. Okay, yeah, Canton Trade today will be kicking in. I guess they do. Do they start that on Thursday? They do, I guess, for some folks, don't they, Penny? Okay. Yeah, so First Monday's going on this weekend. So you got a lot of people in trailers and a little bit more vulnerable positions than maybe otherwise. So, yeah, they very well may be what's going on there with that. So, I mean, good on them for giving some heads up. I don't down them for that at all. So let's see here. We are at 8:08. Severe thunderstorm warning for Hopkins, Rains, and Van Zandt counties. That's going to go until 8:45. Weather Service with up to 70 mile an hour winds potentially in that line. And let's see here. Looks like they're fixing to reissue something here. Let's see. Get this. All right, let's see here. Stand by, just one.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning. This one for a lot of the same real estate, but we'll call out southwestern Van Zandt, Henderson County, northeastern Limestone. You've got western Anderson County in there as well. This will run until 9:30. So this is for kind of that southern end of that line, southern end of what we were looking at earlier. It's kind of our west central counties. Weather Service looking at this line of storms extending from near Kemp to Fort Parker State Park, moving east at 30, 70 mile an hour winds, and they'll call for some penny-sized hail potential in that as well. So that's going to be for this section from Gun Barrel City back to the south to just west of Palestine. All right, so that's for this section of the line right in here, and all that running to the east at about 30 miles an hour, they're saying. So this end of the line is moving a little bit slower than the northern, the area just to the north of it. So that may help to explain why things are trending a little bit faster. It seems to be making a little bit better progress to the east, further to the north, because this northern section of the line is moving faster than the southern area is. So that makes sense. So we'll pull this T-storm warning up there. Again, this stuff is still well west of the Tyler, Mineola area. We do have officially the severe thunderstorm warnings out for Smith County and Gregg and number of counties there, really, from Franklin County all the way down to Tyler, but nothing severe in the area as of yet. They are issuing ahead of time for this large line, which is nice because at least it gives people a chance, gives them a heads up to to prepare whatever they might need to do around their property. So I like the early arrival of that, just because it helps to give people a little bit more time to be prepped, and with it being after dark and whatnot, that's always spooky too. Looks like Weather Service Corsicana Airport measured a 76 mile an hour wind gust when this line came through. So that's interesting when you take into account the proximity of Corsicana, to Athens there. Okay, so that western section of Henderson County, probably going to get some pretty good wind out of that. And this area out here, this Henderson County area, western Anderson County, usually the storms end up being a lot hotter out in this area than they do by the time they get into the more the central parts of East Texas, places like Tyler and Jacksonville and whatnot. So, but that 76 mile an hour wind gust, that ain't nothing to play with. That's hurricane force, a little bit better than hurricane force wind there. So do be mindful of that, folks watching us out there in those western parts of Henderson County. Malakoff, Gun Barrel City, probably getting a pretty good wind right now, I would think. As are folks back up the line to Canton at this point. Van, you're up here pretty soon. Grand Saline, worst of the wind will be out of Emory here in probably the next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, but we're getting this line now into northwestern Wood County. So folks along 154 heading out equipment up towards Yannis, you got some pretty hefty wind in your neck of the woods right now, and that'll just continue translating further to the east. Sulphur Springs, toughest part of that line is just about through your neck of the woods. You'll have some rain on the backside of it. Okay, but as it stands right now, that's kind of where the leading edge of this thing is at. Yeah, once this line passes, can you relax, or is there more? Now, this is it. It's game over after this, okay? If you read my update this morning, which we do, every weekday morning about 7:15, 7:30, we talked about the fact that once this line comes through, this leading edge, that's it as far as the severe weather goes for the rest of the night. And really for the next couple of days, I don't see really anything even as far as rainfall goes until maybe Tuesday of next week. So if that helps to give you some peace of mind, then so be it. We are, believe it or not, already a little bit below normal with rain for the year, which is not the kind of trend that you want to be lacking on when you're getting ready to head into the warmer months, which you're not far off. But we need these rain systems to help get us good and fed as far as the soil goes, to help stave off the heating that'll be arriving here really soon. Hitting between Canton and Martins Mill right now. Wind's picking up. Okay, Amber, thanks for that. Hey, Judy, thanks for watching from Lindale. Nothing tornadic for Lindale at the moment. Really, everything that I'm seeing in this still looks like predominantly straight line winds. Okay, so hopefully that helps to give you a little bit of peace of mind. I know the nighttime thing is spooky. Again, that's why I thought we'd just come on tonight and talk. Normally, I don't hop on here live unless we've got tornadic stuff ongoing, but I figured that might help to put some people's minds at ease tonight. Best way to watch for tornadoes after dark. There's not really a safe way to do that. When I was in school, we would do some chasing at night, and chasing at night is really not something you want to do, even in the best of conditions, but especially in an area like East Texas, which is can be hilly and you got a lot of trees. There's not really a good way of doing that unless you've got quite a bit of experience at it. So as far as looking for them after dark, it's hard to, especially with all the rain and the moisture that we've got in the air mass. It makes these things usually what we call rain wrapped, which makes it almost impossible to see it to begin with. Never mind the fact that you gotta kind of peek through the trees if you're lucky to get a shot at something. And so not really a good way to do that. You have to rely on lightning, have to rely on transformers popping to maybe show you a little bit of an image, but that can be a very dangerous thing to try to get involved with. So I can't really give you many tips on that. Best way to chase those types of things at night is to be with some folks who know what they're doing, and preferably out in the plains somewhere, or out in West Texas where you can really see and have some kind of line of sight, because we don't have much of that here. Let's see here. Just wind in Carthage, Tammy. Okay, thanks for that. How are things looking for Wills Point? Wills Point's looking pretty A-okay at the moment. I tell you, we've got just some moderate rainfall there in that western part of Van Zandt County right now. The most intense of the wind's going to be out there towards Grand Saline, down to Canton, between Canton and Van. Waiting for the line of Carthage, Belinda. You're going to be waiting for a bit, okay? Real calm in Lindale, not even a breeze, says Jasmine. Yeah, it'll pick up here shortly. Glad you're in Winsboro, Gray. Appreciate that. Just windy in White House, says Jamie. Yeah, I'm glad you got that. The wind's nice if it's as humid outside. Well, we got 73 right now here at the house. So, Tanya, haven't heard anything about Chapel Hill. Nothing going on Chapel Hill right at the moment. Okay, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning officially for all of Smith County, but there is no severe weather in the county yet. The first crack at it's going to be up here near Jamestown, right up there, just that kind of the panhandle, I call it, of Smith County, up there just south of Highway 80. They'll be the folks to get the first crack at this, as that line is just about to. You'll start to see the wind pick up pretty good there, Mineola and in extreme northern Smith County here in the next little bit. But winds picking up in Van, Bethany. Okay, I'm not surprised by that. There will be a pretty good uptick in wind out ahead of the line, and that's something that people don't necessarily realize. They don't understand that the what's called the outflow from this thing can be it can be several miles out ahead of the actual rainfall. Like we'll take Van back towards what looks like the leading edge of the rain. That's almost 8 miles. So wind's picking up in Van now. That makes sense. So you've got what's called the outflow boundary, which is this pocket of rain cooled air that will just shoot out ahead of the line, and some people sometimes they'll call it the gust front, but it'll tend to kind of shoot out there ahead and cool things off. That's that cool rush of air that you'll feel on a hot summer day when a thunderstorm pops up on you, and you can really feel the effects of that. Okay. You're welcome, Tanya. Glad. Watching from Emory, windy and rainy. All right, Wilma, thanks for being there in Emory tonight. Hope things are well for you guys in Rains County. I know we had if you did not hear, we had a tornado. It looks like a confirmed tornado there between Como and Picton earlier on this afternoon. That brought me on back during, was it the 4 o'clock hour or 5 o'clock hour? Did have some reports of damage. That's this marker right there. So east-southeast of Como. Hopkins County had a trained spotter which saw the tornado. That's what ended up flipping the switch on the tornado warning that the Weather Service put out. And so that kind of started the whole cascade of events that we did have some damage, some houses from what I'm told. So I hate to hear that. But the tornado watch was out, but I don't believe there was a warning at the time. This radar coverage area over here is pretty skimpy to start with, and that's always been a concern for a long time, really, for Wood County, Hopkins County, Van Zandt County, down through Tyler. We are kind of in that little weak spot where the radar beam is awfully high over the top by the time it gets here. Hard to really tell with much specificity what's going on down closer to the ground where the action's at. So hopefully no injuries out of that area in Hopkins County, but we'll see more on that probably tomorrow when the Weather Service comes out. Kemp, Texas. Christina's in Kemp. Glad you're there, Christina. Got some hefty rainfall in there and probably some pretty good wind too along 175, but I think the worst of the wind is almost through your neck of the woods. So give it another 5 to 15 minutes and you'll probably be A-okay. Tinsley's in Athens tonight. Thanks for being there, Henderson County, Tinsley. You're going to get some pretty good wind here probably in the next 5 minutes, if not before then, on that leading edge of the line as it's out near Gun Barrel City. But again, that outflow is going to be several miles out ahead of the line most likely, and so that'll cause it to kind of pick up before the rain actually gets there. Okay. Let's see here. Had some questions about Van. You're welcome, Christina. Van, wind's probably going to be picking up air pretty quick into the city of Van. Of course, you guys, I know Van's one of those towns that, anytime it clouds up, you get a little bit nervous. After the Mother's Day storm, I believe it was 2015, that EF3 that came through town. So some folks are a little bit more sensitive to storms than others. Van's one of those. Alto's one of those. Canton, definitely one of those. So we want to give you folks in Canton that heads up. The wind will be picking up here pretty fast. Nothing tornadic in it, at least that I can see at the moment. Let's flip this over and look at velocity while we have a second here. Just kind of, we'll pull in here a little bit tighter. So I'm going to flip sources here. So here's Athens, there's Toole, Maybank. A little pocket in there in western Henderson County. Maybe could be a little bit of rotation there along 175, but nothing. And back over near Malakoff. Let's see. I don't see anything. Weather Service doesn't seem to be too concerned with it, so that's good. Okay. So it looks like just a lot of straight line outbound winds here on the radar, which is what you want. Everything moving in one direction. Granted, you don't want it moving too fast because it can still be problematic for you depending on how fast it's moving. But again, rain, we'll probably get some pretty good wind in that northernmost part of Smith County here in the next, I'd say 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. Mineola, you'll see the same thing occur. Quitman, You've probably got some pretty good wind already starting to blow up there with that line, making a little bit better progress to the east. And of course, that'll the strongest part of that line is the leading edge of it, almost through Hopkins County now. Or at least the line is the leading edge of the line's almost through Hopkins County. That means batter up for Franklin County. Let's see. Yeah. A lot of people just asking about cities and whatnot. So here's a loop. Okay. Takes you back to, what is that, 7:35 or so. So this line's moving east at about 45 to 50 miles an hour at its fastest. Down here to the south, it's moving a little bit slower, maybe closer to 30 to 35 miles an hour. Okay. Let's put some towns on here that people can, some points of reference. There's Sulphur Springs. There's Mineola. There's Tyler. Gina says winds in Canton destroyed their horse barn and horse walker. I'm sorry about that. Dadgummit. So we've got some damage producing winds in the leading edge of this thing. All right, we've been expecting that for a while. We've been expecting that winds were going to be the main concern with this for a while. Athens looks like this thing may be trying to maybe. Let's see what that looks like there. Yeah, this thing may be trying to bow maybe a little bit. Right in here, maybe trying to kind of push out a little bit. Winds maybe a little bit stronger in that area just west side of Athens. Upshur County, Gilmer, Brittany. Oh, let's see here. Okay, let's go east at. We'll do a track here real fast. Let's go 45 in there. So I'm just kind of walk this back here so you can see some of these towns and these arrival times. 8:31, Quitman, Mineola 8:43, Horde around 8:45, Winsboro 8:48. Again, these are rough estimates. Holly Lake Ranch about 10 minutes to 9. Hawkins about 9 o'clock. Big Sandy a little bit after 9:03. We'll call Union Hill about 9:07. Gilmer around 9:10. Again, that's assuming an east movement at about 45 miles an hour. Okay, which I think is probably not a bad number to shoot at right now for this. Mount Pleasant, probably 9:20ish, something like that. There's Lone Star around 9:30. Dangerfield around 9:30. Going to give you a little bit of a. It has arrived at Mineola, Lake Holbrook, says Dana. All right. Thanks, Dana. Alba Golden being hit. For how long? Well, Alba Golden, we will see that. Probably another, as far as the heaviest of the rain, probably another 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, nothing tornadic in here. We're strictly running the severe thunderstorm warning banner for now. All right. Weather Service has begun to cancel counties out of the tornado watch. They've now cleared out Dallas County, Denton, Ellis, Fannin, Grayson, Hill, and Hunt, Johnson, Tarrant County. That's Fort Worth, Rockwall County. So, like I said earlier, as this initial line pushes through, that'll be it as far as the severe weather threat goes. So, it's going to rain for a while after that initial line comes through. You can see that on the radar. Okay. But the lion's share of the severe weather is going to be right along that for initial. What would you say that is? That initial about 8 to 10 miles deep on that, decent looking radar returns, and then you're pretty much just into some rain, and it's going to be a good bit cooler too behind that. So hopefully that'll help some. Let's see here. Speaking of, let's see what the temperatures are doing. Let's see if we can do data. Temperature. All right, let's look at these temperatures for a second. All right, so we got 72 at Athens, 75 at Tyler, currently 73 at Mount Pleasant. But look behind this. Look at the temp over at Greenville, 55. Terrell's at 55. DFW, that's a bad data point between north side of Dallas, but 54, Dallas Love. So, we're going to see a good 20-degree drop in this thing once this initial line comes through. 55 at Terrell, 73 at Quitman, 69 and windy at Lake Holbrook. Dana, thank you for that. That's great. We got 72 here right now, so that will be something that we notice once this line comes through as well. Folks asking about Longview. This thing's moving east at about 45, we said. So, probably an hour or so away from Longview, just roughly playing it as the crow flies. Leading edge of that rain's about 50, 52 miles away. So let's call it about an hour till we get that thing on top of Longview. All right. And it doesn't mean it can't slow down some or speed up, but that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Let's see here. So we got 8:33. Started with straight line winds and now heavy rain in Canton. Okay, Lane, good. And that'll last you for another probably 15 minutes or so, and then it'll really subside after that. Yeah, Brooke, no tornado warnings out right now. Everything is severe thunderstorm warning criteria. Again, we need around 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Is 58, I think, is the actual threshold. But so 58 and at least an inch in diameter hail. If you have either one of those, then you have the requirements for a severe thunderstorm warning. And so, so far I've seen estimates anywhere from 60 to maybe 80 mile an hour winds in this thing back over when it was near the Fort Worth area earlier on. So, we're well in excess of that criteria, or we were at least. Now, how long this thing can sustain itself is another story. Like we talked about earlier with the loss of daytime heating, that will take a little bit of the umph out of the atmosphere, so to speak. Okay. But we've got some good dynamics that are working their way in from the west. and that can help to compensate somewhat. We've still got some strong winds at the surface and just off the surface. So there's a lot of what we call shear in the atmosphere, which can help these things kind of help sustain them somewhat, especially if you get anything that tries to fire up out ahead of this main line. But overall, the general thought has been that the line would lose some of its punch as it moves east, and so I think that's probably a pretty good thing to expect for as we go forward tonight. Thanks, Rhonda. Appreciate you being here. Really appreciate that. Let's see here. Somebody said Palestine. Palestine. Is it close to Palestine? Mary was asking. Still a ways out from Palestine, Mary. Got 73 right now at the Anderson County Airport. So the line itself is back, to the west of you guys. The southern end of this line seems to be making a little bit slower progress than the northern end does. So that can help to explain a little bit as to why we're making better progress to the east, back up along I-30 than we are south of I-20. Mark's at Lake Winnsboro. Okay, man. That line is getting awful close to Winnsboro. You're welcome, Becky. Yeah, Winnsboro, Gray, you're looking wet. Fixing if the winds, I'm sure, picked up there by now, and the rain will be following along here pretty quick. So nice outside in Lindale, says Jasmine. That's good. Probably a little bit of a light show. I haven't had a ton of lightning with this stuff, seemingly. At least I'm not seeing it on Omega. Let's see if we're seeing much lightning. So here we got some lightning in there. Yeah, there's some. But it's not the prolific kind that you see I've seen earlier in the day. You bet, Jason. Thank you, man. Appreciate you watching. It's fun to do this kind of thing. It's nice to do this, when you can just kind of sit at the house and kind of talk and don't have to worry about covering up commercials and that kind of thing. The folks on the TV side, they have their hands full when it comes to trying to thread the needle on this kind of stuff, and I can appreciate where they are. I have been there, but this is it's a lot easier just to kind of sit back and talk and take some questions and hopefully help to ease some people's minds. You're welcome, Donna. Glad to be here with you. So wind hit between Mineo and Lindale, Billy. All right. You're welcome, Brandy. Thank you. I'm glad we're helping the nerves, Kelsey. That's why we're here. I ordinarily wouldn't come on for severe thunderstorm warnings, but at night, with the buildup that we've had and whatnot, it's kind of it's if it helps you, then that's good. Sounds like it is. Thanks, Jordan. I enjoy being here. Have been on that side of it too, but glad to be able to hang with you guys on this side of it. Yeah, thanks, Tricia, for letting Dana know about this. That's cool. What a day we live in. Just to be able to sit back and talk. You would have needed so much equipment back, 10 years ago to pull this kind of thing off. But it's got you a few lights and a mic and computers. It's amazing what we can put together. All's calm in Chandler, Heidi. Okay, well, not for long. We'll pick this thing up here shortly. Excuse me. So Chandler, and then we got a lot of folks that kind of start to really hop in the water here with us. Some Mineola down to Van, Edom, Chandler. So that line is not too far from you there in Chandler. We'll call it about 20 miles or so. So I think that outflow was probably about 5 to 10 miles out ahead of the main line. So it'll start blowing here pretty soon. Winds are starting to pick up in downtown Lindale. I bet they are. That's right on time. Hey, Rosanna. Yeah, I remember the days of rip and read. I do. Yes, ma'am. So let's see here. Again, Tyler, we've got rain. Oh, let's see. Let's measure this. See what we've got. We'll say from the west loop out to that leading edge of that rain. So about 25 miles, give or take. The radar's a couple of minutes slow. So, things moving. Expect 45 or so mile an hour movement on this. So it'll be here pretty quick, which is good. Means we can get it done and get everybody off to bed. 8:40. So severe thunderstorm warnings. Pretty much, the Weather Service they're gonna run this thing, multiple counties for warnings here for a bit. All right, Weather Service. Let's see here. What are we looking at? Let me. Let's look in on this real quick. All right, stand by.
Tornado warning.
All right, Weather Service is going to go with a tornado warning for northeastern Franklin County, southwestern Bowie, northwestern Morris, northern Titus County, and they'll clip southern Red River County in there as well. That's this pocket of the line right here. So Shreveport's looking at this on the radar. So let's get over. Let's pull that up. There's a lot of noise in there, but all right. So they're looking at this storm near Hagensport. Moving northeast at 50. Storm capable of producing a tornado. So I'm going to say it's probably going to be somewhere here near Talco, I'm betting. Somewhere kind of right in this area here. It's awfully muddy. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on that area there. Let's get back over on this. It's probably here near Talco. See how this line is trying to bulge a little bit right there? So it's probably that area there. Let's see. Yeah, so I think they're looking at this little pocket right here near Talco now. That's going to be where if there's going to be something in there, it's going to be right in here. Probably right in there, somewhere near Talco. Oof, it's hard to see. It's muddy. It's dark. Just keep that in mind, though, if you're in that part of the area there. It is slim pickings right there along the Franklin and Titus County line. Moving northeast, so it's just going to clip. It's just really clipping. It's going to be north of Mount Pleasant, getting up into what would be Red River County, southeastern Red River County. So it won't be in Titus County for too terribly long. But keep that in mind. We'll come back to that if we have some anything else of additional nature on that. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's roll with this.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm warning now until 9:45 for Smith, Franklin, Wood, Upshur, Morris, Titus, Camp, and Gregg counties. That's going to be till 9:45. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and up to quarters potentially with that. So this line, located along a line extending from Omaha to near Tyler, moving east at 50. So, so that gets us into kind of the heart of the area right now. Again, that northern stretch of the line is making better progress than its neighbors to the south. We've got the rainfall into Smith County now, northern Smith County. We'll get a pretty good gust front in here, probably in the Tyler area in the next 20 minutes, maybe, if that long. So again, if you got stuff that's not secured outside in the front yard and you don't want it to end up in the people's yard immediately to your east, I would recommend you get that stuff strapped down. Okay, let's see here. Some pretty hefty wind there, it looks like, near Athens. I would be willing to bet if we have anybody between Athens and Brownsboro and maybe Leagueville out that way, that's going to be some pretty good wind in that. I bet that's in the 60-plus mile-an-hour range right there. Thank you, Brenda. Appreciate it. Glad to be your guy for the storms. I'm going to pull this up too so that we can check underground. So calm wind at the real estate office at Tyler. So we got to let's get out here real quick and look at map real fast. Yeah, some good 15 to 20 mile-an-hour winds behind this line. All right, we'll follow that. We're going to come back to this. You bet, Keith, man. Appreciate you being here, brother. All right, let's get back on our... Yeah, Eli, I bet he's about to hit there. Grant Saline, in your shelter in Grant Saline. Well, first off, I'm proud of you for having a storm shelter in Grant Saline. That's a good spot to be in. You guys will be A-okay in Grant Saline. Give it about another five minutes or so, and we'll have you all clear. The wind gets pretty darn strong from just east of Grant Saline down 110, right there at Van. See how that the reflectivity picks up quite a bit there from just at Van, just east of Ben Wheeler. Down to Murchison. We're gonna have some pretty stout wind getting into that I-20 pocket there, Hideaway Lake, Lindale, Mount Sylvan. You guys out near the airport, Tyler Airport, gonna have a pretty good blow here coming in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, wind gusts just hit Edom. Okay, Courtney. Yep. that makes good sense. Weather Service still holding on to that considerable 70-mile-an-hour wind potential in the storms over Anderson, Henderson County, Van Zandt County till 9:30. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. So that's what I'm talking about there. What we were just looking at. That's near hurricane force. If you can make 74, you got a hurricane in the Gulf or the Atlantic. So we're talking winds that are nearly that strong in this this section of the line there, from really from getting just east of Athens up to the just probably near Van right now. Yeah, here's the area. Here's a little. Let me draw that in. Just kind of draw that in right there. So you can kind of infer the movement on that. Okay. So that's going to sweep across Smith County. So Tyler, noonday, Berryville, you folks down to Lake Palestine, let's be getting ready for that. Let's see, Van Zandt. All right, let's get back up here and check on this storm. It prompted the tornado warning for northern Titus County real fast. It doesn't look quite as organized as it did earlier. It's awfully muddy, but it doesn't look quite as ominous. I would say the leading edge of that concern is going to be getting east of Talco now, east-northeast of Talco. All right. All right, so we've officially got that tornado warning for northeastern Franklin, northwestern Morris, and northern Titus County till 9:15. So that's another about 20 minutes or so, a little under 20 minutes, or a little over 20 minutes. I have not seen anything from the Weather Service indicating something on the ground. Northeast Robertson. Why hasn't another radar been added, Wade? I do not know, my friend. I've been asking that question for 15, 20 years now. I do not know. I wish we had one. They're putting a new radar up in Durant, I believe it is, Oklahoma, which is going to be nice to help cover and give a little bit better coverage to folks along I-30 and even a little bit north of there, honestly, maybe a little bit south of there. But it'll help in that southeastern Oklahoma pocket. But we need another radar in East Texas too, very much so. But that is something for the federal or the state people. I believe that the folks in Oklahoma were able to utilize some state funds to put some of that together, and so that was a big deal. Wind just arrived in Grice. Okay, thanks, Carol. Mount Pleasant, Jody. Mount Pleasant is right on you right now. Moderate to, there's a pretty good wind in that. The line doesn't look quite as organized over, that section as it does getting back further to the south, closer to the Van Zant Smith County line. Wind starting in noonday, Lake Palestine. Okay, Jeff, thank you, man. That's right on time, brother. Jeff Frankston's, you guys are closing in on it. I'm imagining we'll start to, hey, Bill, man, glad you're there, Bill. Good to see you, bud. Athens area, Tiffany, you'll have the worst of this through you in the next probably 15 minutes. That immediate gust front is now a good ways east of you guys. We're going to start to see much more wind get into Mount Sylvan area, Hideaway Lake, Lindale. I'm sure the wind's picking up a good amount where you guys are at now. Selena says it's picking up in Northwest Tyler. Hey, Scott. Appreciate you, man. Good to have you here tonight. It's going to be a little ways before we get it down y'all's way. I think I'm hearing thunder here in South Tyler now. Big gust in Pittsburgh, Danny. Yeah, I don't doubt it. You're welcome, Tiffany. Getting a little crazy, Ashley says, in Edom. Yeah, you guys are right there. And I hear they're going to reopen the shed. I saw something about that yesterday, I think, which is great. You newcomers to the area, the shed's a great place to eat a chicken fried steak. It used to be when I was a couple of years ago. So I saw that just a couple of days ago. So that'll be good. I get distracted when we talk about chicken fried steak. But lots of wind in Lindale, says Lizzie. All right, good. Or not good, but good to know it's there. Thank you for the report. Yeah, so the shed is reopening in Victoria. Very good. Yeah, Shelly's got some thunder at her place too. All right, let me see what we have anything new from our friends at the Weather Service. Not much. Let's see here. Franklin, Bowie, Titus, 10, 30. Yeah, Lisa, we'll touch on that tornado warning. Give me one sec here. Yeah, we will revisit that tornado warning real fast. We had one. We still have one for extreme northern Titus County. This thing is moving over. Really, I mean, it's like it's about straddling the Titus Red River County line right now. Whatever it is that is there. It's an incredibly muddy look. So I have not heard anything from the Weather Service or otherwise as to anything involving that producing anything. So they went ahead and put the warning out. But I haven't seen anything other than that. Absolutely, Ashley. Glad to be here. Thank you for being here. Got to look after my Lindale folks. anyone else near Swan. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this little pocket down here. So pocket down here, southeastern Van Zant County. We'll just keep a little eye out on that. It's a pretty decent wind going back or moving away towards some broad rotation there. Lots of rumbling and wind there, Lindale, Mineola area. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate that. Now, we don't want that rotation. I'll second that. Line does looks stronger, really from Mineola back over to Athens than it does further to the north. Okay, that's just what it looks like to me. So hefty wind and rain in Lindale, I am pretty confident. Ditto that for Crow, folks up Mineola, out east side of Mineola, between Mineola and Hawkins. Got lightning within 15 miles of the house now here in South Tyler, so that's not surprising. Sounds like the wind's picking up too. Yeah, okay. Gusting to 16 at the real estate office at my little weather station there on Old Jacksonville, about a mile inside the loop. If you drive by there, you'll see that little station sitting up there. Temps down to 70. We're down to 69.5 here at the house. Real windy between Edom and Chandler off 279. Thanks for that, Kathy. So that gust front, just kind of starting to feel the effects of that in Tyler. All right, so we are at 9:03, and we'll continue. Tour of my office is not far from you. Okay, good. Thanks, Monica. 64 in Lindale. Okay. Yeah, you'll cool off another 10 degrees probably pretty quick. Super windy at the French Quarter. All right. Thanks, Laura. I think you're talking about the one in Tyler. How long until we get it past Swan? I'd say probably 30 minutes. You'll have it past you there in Swan, give or take. Not just a ton. I mean, some lightning in that. But you see this right here, though? See that bulge right there? That's I bet you we have some good 50 to 60 mile an hour winds in that. That'll come right across Tyler too. See that bow, Aubin? Yeah. I've seen more profound, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some pretty good wind out of this thing if it can hold itself together. And that's kind of been what we've seen with that section of the line for a while. Big dragon thunder in Winsboro, Taylor. Oh, that sounds spooky. Heavy winds, Hideaway Lake. Not much lightning. Yeah, Tisa, that's what I'm saying. It hasn't really produced a ton of lightning. Wind is the scary part, Tori. I know what you're saying. Especially at night when you can't see. It's just spooky. Haven't seen a lot of hail, Brad. Man, I really haven't. Maybe you could squeeze some pennies out of this, but the hail's not going to be the big deal. The wind is going to be the big thing. And by the way, if you've got garage doors on the west side of your house, west side, southwest side, northwest side, close those things down. I remember a number of years ago when I was out in West Texas, there was some talk about, just the impact of just shutting those garage doors if you have an option to do so. Because that wind, especially that downdraft wind like that, can come into there if it's the right angle and do more damage than it might do otherwise if that door was down. So if you can do that, shut those things in and give the wind at least something to at least make it a battle. But don't leave those west facing ones open like that and exposed. That wind gets underneath that in that enclosed space there, and it makes it just a little bit easier for it to do some damage. High winds and rain in Athens. Okay. Thanks for that, Stephen. Appreciate it. Big thunder north side of Lindale. Okay, Ashley. Winds in noonday, says Vicky. Yeah, I bet it is. Yep. It's here too in town. I can hear it outside. Coming through Chandler, Nick. All right. Garage door spring hinges helps us out as well. Yeah, George. Good. Lock it down, man. Nothing really sticking out too much on these velocity products, so I'm going to step off of that and get back on the regular radar here, and we'll just work it from there. Wind's picking up in Pritchett. All right, Susan, thanks for being here. Just a little bit of wind in Brownsboro from Clyde. Yeah, we'll get some of that heavier rain here in Tyler. We got it on the west side of town now. So airport's still showing 75, but that's an hour. That's an earlier, right before the top of the hour observation. So we're down to 64 here at my place, which is on the south side of town. So it's a good 10-degree drop. No tornadoes near north of Lindale, Ashley. I haven't seen anything tornadic. Weather Service is going to let the tornado warning go for for that storm up there in Titus County. Okay, so they're going to let that go, so that's good. That may do some kind of a downstream severe thunderstorm warning, but so that's good. That's what we want. So we got the line, weakened, but still there. picks up in intensity seemingly from just southeast of Mineola back down to just the west side of Tyler. Lindell, you got heavy rain, Hideaway, Mount Sylvan, airports. South Tyler Rim's moving now, Keith. Okay. Winds pick it up in Flint, Teresa. Thank you for that. Coffee City, you should probably be seeing the same thing. Berryville, you got yours coming. Cooney, you as well. Folks down Pert, 155 towards Palestine. White House, Jason. Not long, brother. Flint Bullard starting to pick up. Michelle, appreciate that. Brandy, as far as van goes, yeah, you guys are done. You'll have a pretty cool breeze there for the night and tomorrow, but you're done with the concerns there. I'd pack it in. 58 east side of Edom. You don't say. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Jen. Appreciate that, and Gary. You bet, Jason. Thank you. So you guys in Tyler, downtown, east side, Chapel Hill. We'll get our rain pickup here shortly. Winds picked up already. East side of town, that wind, that gust front will be in your neck of the woods here soon. Glad you're here, Nancy. Thank you. Glad to help out, Heidi. Hey, thanks, Brian. Appreciate you, brother. Glad y'all are quiet in Dallas. Now, Callie, I don't think Lindale. I don't think Lindale tornadoes. I don't see it right now. We'll keep an eye on it here for the next little bit, but what you see of tornadoes in situations like this usually going to be right along that leading edge, and I think you guys are getting awfully deep into this for something to be popping up on you at this point, but we'll see. So we got 10, what is it, 9:13. Hey, Marshall, thanks for being here in Nacogdoches. You bet, Tom. Good to see you, Tom Prothrow. Nacogdoches, Lufkin, we're another probably an hour or so from seeing this stuff get into NAC. Maybe an hour and a half. That line on the south side isn't moving quite as quick. So, tornado watch still out for Nacogdoches, St. Augustine, Sabine, all the deep East Texas, and Carthage, Center. But the severe weather potential, I think, it looks like to me, is if things hold as they have, I think the severe weather potential is going to be more along that line as opposed to out ahead of it. Just haven't seen a whole lot of stuff that's firing of late. Wind chimes are sounding good, Rusty. Excellent, man. Yeah, that's good wind chime weather right here. You just don't want them to blow off. Speaking of wind, let's see here. So we're sitting at 18 down to 63 at the real estate office right now. Yeah, coffee makes me that way too. I'm more of a hot tea guy myself, Brittany. Try PG Tips and you get the chance. PG Tips, that's good tea right there. Glad you're there, Jessica. Thank you. So temps down to 63 at the office. I got 62 here at the house, so everything seems to be lining up pretty well. I can hear the wind outside, though. Yeah. Wind's really picking up in Tyler now. Gust in 18. I'm in a protected spot there where this weather station is at. So that west northwest, I get a little protection. It's not quite wide open. Let's see here. Okay, here's Tyler Pounds. 9:05, they had a northwest wind at 28, gusting to 45. At 8:53, they had a northwest wind at 30, gusting to 46. You see what I mean about that protected space that I'm at? So these are from the airport. That's gust to 45. That'll knock some things around. Yeah, it's cooled down a lot, hasn't it, Kelly? To 63 at the airport. Dew points down to 54. Look at that compared to the 60s that we had for dew points earlier in the day. So dew points down 10 solid degrees. So that helps to explain a little bit about what you're seeing in town, at least in Tyler right now. Okay, now it's about 10 minutes ago. High winds at Jack. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it, man. Starting to blow Stone Chimney Creek. Yeah. Thanks, Chris. So that all lines up with what we're seeing. And I mean, you could argue that the line may be trying to bow just a little bit coming through town. If somebody wanted to argue that, I wouldn't disagree with them. Lake Holbrook and Mineola. Gonna go to sleep. Clint, go ahead and go to sleep, man. Appreciate you guys at Cherokee County Airport, man. Wind chimes started singing in White House, or west of White House. Good, Joey. Raining in Charnwood at Kelly's place. Yeah, you see back here, I mean, Dallas is almost, they're almost clear of the solid rain. But when you got a temperature in the 50s, you're done with big severe weather concerns. You see that tornado warning's gone now for northern Titus. They went ahead and let that expire. The line looks a lot weaker up there. Granted, we're looking at it on the Fort Worth radar. This is kind of that hard part where we have to decide when we're gonna dive off of the Fort Worth radar and onto Shreveport. Lindale's almost clear. Angela, almost. Give it another 5 or 10 minutes. You guys will be, you're for all intents and purposes, you're done. I don't know where you are in relation to Lindale. If you're on the east side of town, and give it another 5-10 minutes. Lindale, 1669 back to the west, you're clear. Hideaway Lake, clear. Right now, as far as tornadoes, White House, I don't see anything. Cheryl, it's everything's looking more straight line at the moment, but that's That's always something we want to be mindful of along these gust fronts. Yeah, lots of trampolines, Kieran, going to be flying around. Gust front hitting Starville right now. Thanks, Jimmy. So we got the chimes and the north side of Jacksonville? North side of Jacksonville, yeah. Apparently our hummingbird feeder blew over outside. So we're going to get that taken care of. All right, so we got 9:22 Palestine toward Jacksonville. And you got some modest rainfall there. The line doesn't look as strong there, Palestine to Jacksonville, but still has some a little bit left in the tank. Brownsboro almost done. Yeah, Brianna, I think Brownsboro is pretty much done.
Mom got it right whenever I was going to get it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Still on the radio. Okay. All right, let's see here. Athens clear. White House, you guys next up on the block. Chapel Hill, Starville, Big Sandy. Okay. Mount Pleasant just about done, Juan. Yeah, give it. I would say you guys are done, Mount Pleasant. Yeah, it's a sack, man. Now, nothing behind it, Ashley. The line is pretty much going to be the falling off point for severe weather. This stuff back behind it's rain and chilly, but it's not going to do much else. It's going to be pretty windy behind it, but it's not going to be anything to the degree that you see out along the leading edge of the line. So it could be okay. Longview, we got you coming up here. Not too distant future. No, I don't think they lost power. Lost sound, Shannon. I don't think they did. Looks like we're still here. Wind speeds for Tyler, Jody. We looked at that just a few minutes ago. So our latest observation from the airport, which is about 9 minutes ago, they had a north wind at 20, gusting to 40. We had a north at 30, northwest at 30, gusting to 46, back just before 9 o'clock. So, in town, gust to, what was that, 17? But again, I've got a pretty protected position. So we had a gust of 27 in the city, it looks like. Good little thunderclap there. Thanks, Jody. Appreciate it. I would say we dodged a bullet today with this setup. The big concern for me, as late as really this morning and early this afternoon, was what kind of stuff is going to fire up out ahead of this line during the mid-afternoon hours, and that really got a lot of that kind of got a lot of attention from me, and was talking to some other people in the weather business about that. Because it was going to be those storms out ahead that were going to be the potential ones that really caused the problems, as we saw in places like Picton and towards places like Jefferson. Hard part about that, though, is when you have a lot of lead up to big events and they don't produce what somebody might expect to happen, it leaves them a little bit less likely to take the concern seriously the next time around. So I'm glad we didn't have what we could have had, obviously. But, at the same time, sometimes people are a little bit less apt to listen when there'll be other threats, and they will come. I mean, it's awfully early in the season, but we have to be aware of that and try to give the best info we can at the time. Stand by.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, new severe thunderstorm warning for southern Anderson County. That's the same line here, but Weather Service is going to go ahead with a new one. And include that southern piece of Anderson County. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail storms along the line from near Buffalo to Flo to near Centerville to near Normandy, moving east at about 55 miles an hour. So it is going to bring some pretty good wind across Anderson County. You can see this area arcing to the northeast. Down near Buffalo, see that? And then you get into the Houston Weather Service office, takes over there at Crockett, Grapeland for Houston County. And Houston Weather Service has also issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Houston Trinity counties until 10:15. That'll be 60-mile-an-hour winds. So the same cluster is going to be impacting that Crockett, Houston County area, Trinity County, and southwestern part of Anderson County. Okay, so that line down there near Centerville. It's a pretty good little wind. Look how that thing is bowing out. Wow. See that right there? Yeah. So that's going to be a problem. And this is a part of that as well. So something to keep the eye on there across that southwestern pocket, okay? You guys down in Crockett and Trinity, I don't want you to feel like we're leaving you out here. For sure or not. Tornado watch there as well for you guys. When will it be out of the Tyler Zaga District area? As far as the heaviest of the rain and the stronger winds, Elizabeth, I'd say give it another 10 to 15 minutes and then it'll be gone. Okay? Grabbing your trash cans, Jamie. All right. It's directly over Tyler, just east of Tyler now, Chris. You're welcome, Adrian. Absolutely, Elizabeth. Appreciate you, Jasmine. Thanks for being here. Brittany, I hope it moves through too, so your dog can go potty. I mean, seriously, those are important. It's important stuff right there. Dogs, I know some dogs that have to be given sedatives before the rain happens, before the storms come through. So I'm assuming that other people are dealing with that. Just like my friends are. All right, stand by for a new severe.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, at 9:32, severe thunderstorm warning now. Weather Service is going to go further downstream with the line. This will be for the northern part of the line. Talking folks, let me get this back in where it needs to be. So we're talking folks up in the Franklin County area. So we'll have Marion, Cass, Harrison, Central Panola, Northern Rusk. That's going to run till 10:30. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible along this edge of the line, and I guess we're going to have to make that switch over to Shreveport. So let's do that. So we'll pull it over. That line will look more like it should. So we got Marion, Cass. So there's Cass, Marion, Harrison, Panola, and Rusk. So this is really going to be for this little stretch of the line right here. So same components, same concerns, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. What are we looking at for rainfall South Tyler, Keith? I'm glad, Mariah. Glad to help out with that. I was 11 once. I remember those days. But I was the 11-year-old that was sitting out, well, not in the yard. I was sitting by my window listening to Dr. Bob Peters talk about it when I was 11. So I'm glad we're able to help out and keep people calm. Keith, you asked rain. I have had 4,800s at the real estate office since midnight. Now, we got a little bit of rain earlier this morning, but I haven't checked the gauge yet here at the house. We'll check it for the weather service tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. But closing in on a half inch for the day. Gutters Got to be sure those gutters are cleaned out too. A lot of leaves get in those things during the fall and winter. So if you don't have those things cleaned out, this would be a good time to maybe take advantage of some of the nicer weather over the weekend and get those things cleaned out. So heavy, leading edge of this line, New Boston down to, what would say, Dangerfield, Lone Star, Ore City. Going to get some pretty good wind here shortly. Gilmer, you got it full throttle right now. Longview, you're going to have some pretty good wind in the Longview area, west side of town here. I'd say next 5 to 15 minutes. White Oak, you probably already got the wind. Kilgore, you're not far off. Hugh Springs, wind's picking up. Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate that. Glad you're here at Hugh Springs. Henderson, you guys probably another 20 minutes or so. You'll start to see some wind. I was looking for Center, Colton. Man, you guys are probably an hour away. Starting to see some showers. Try to get going there out ahead of this. Nothing severe, though. Tornado watch box still in play for Shelby County, all the deep East Texas, Lufkin, Nacogdoches. Shelly, we were all, I think, prepared for worse than this, or we should have been. The dynamics looked like they were there. We had the daytime heating earlier. We had a couple of tornadoes. I think we've had at least 2 tornadoes today. One west, one east. They'll send a storm survey team out into Picton tomorrow from Fort Worth office. They'll be sending somebody, I think, out into Marion County based off of the video that I got in from a friend over in Longview. They'll be sending some survey team out to Marion County. So we've had a couple of tornadoes today. Just didn't have the amount of issues that we could have had, and obviously thankful for that. Wind's picking up in Omaha. All right. Good deal, Taylor. Thanks for being with us up in that northern stretch. That's awesome. Yeah, you guys are looking A-okay, though, in Morris County right now. Heavies to that rain and wind will be out of your area in the next probably 15 minutes. I'm glad you're there, though, up close to I-30. Looking at some reports of power outages out in Chapel Hill. So that's east side of Tyler. Weather Service is going to go ahead and extend the tornado watch until midnight officially. Remember I told you we had that watch out officially till 10. They're going to go ahead and stretch it to midnight, but they'll start clipping counties out of it here long before midnight. So if you see something on your phone that speaks to that, that's what's going on. Weather Service has now, Fort Worth has now cleared Anderson, Henderson, Hopkins, Rains, and Van Zant counties from the tornado watch box. Okay. So that's hopefully good news for, Dustin, Port Chapel Hill. Seems like somebody sneezes and the power goes out. Yeah, there's some places where it feels like that, man. So we got we're clear now, the western counties from the tornado watch box. So Sulphur Springs, Emory, Canton, Grand Saline, Van, Athens, Palestine. You still got a pretty decent line coming through the southeastern piece of and the southwestern part of Anderson County, but Fort Worth's going to go ahead and start clipping most of you guys out of that watch. So good news there. You got rain, but you're done with the severe threat. So we're heading in the right direction. So rain's letting up in Tyler proper. Still got heavy rainfall southeastern and eastern parts of Smith County, but the rain is noticeably lighter now. Looks like at least on the radar from what I'm seeing. Temps down to 56 here at the house. Hearing some thunder, but it's getting more distant. Probably out towards White House and Chapel Hill. Yeah, Courtney, absolutely. Glad it hasn't been as bad as it could have been. Appreciate that. I'm honored to help out for you in this kind of stuff. Thanks, Rosanna. Tell Chuck hi for me. Tell him I'll look for him tomorrow afternoon on the radio. Just coming into troop, Nicole says. Yep, sounds about right. Shane, congrats on your free window washing. That's good. Angela, I bet it has been pretty. Amelia, you guys rest. Thanks for watching. Give my best to your hubby. Athens down to 55, it looks like. Sulphur Springs down to 59. DFW back in the 50s now. Rain's not cleared out of there. We can't say for sure, but looking at the Shreveport radar. But yeah, it's going to hit Henderson, Jackie. I'd give it another 25 minutes or so, maybe that long. Thanks, Keith, man. It's good to hear from you. Asking about Naples. Hillary? Yeah, northern Morse County, you'll be out of the rain here, the heaviest of it here, in probably another 15 minutes. Katy, Jacksonville will be cleared. You're going to probably, to get out of the bulk of that heavier wind and rain, you're probably 30 minutes out. Okay. You're welcome, Hillary. Thanks for sticking with us up in Morris County. I'm never quite sure how far north and south people are dialed into this, so this is fun. It's good to know kind of where we are with our audience. Lindale's looking cool and wet for now. Elizabeth, I'm sorry, Heather, you were asking. I'm sorry. Yeah, you bet, Miss Jill. Love you. Update Chapel Hill says we don't have any power. So sorry, Andrea. Chapel Hill, just a lot of rain and some wind. That'll be subsiding here in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, Catherine, good to have Knack in the house. Had some good days down at SFA. Got a ways to go for Nacogdoches, but it's plugging along. And I tell you that that little cluster down there, Grapeland, Crockett, that's got some pretty good. That's got some pretty good teeth to it. Thanks, Don. Appreciate you, man. It's fun to help out. Let's pull up that Fort Hood. Fort Hood is loading. Hey, thanks, Dean, man. Appreciate you, bud. Here's that cluster down Grapeland area, south of Palestine now. So we've got that warning. There'll be some good, probably 50 to 60, 65 mile an hour winds potentially easing in towards Crockett, Grapeland, right there along 19. And then some additional strong winds there from Leona down to Madisonville. All of that, and there's a lot of lightning in there too. Okay, so you folks down southwestern counties, I don't want you sleeping on that. It's pretty strong there near Madisonville. Hey, Aaron, glad to have Kilgore in there. Give me a sec here. But yeah, you folks, 287 north to Grapeland, Grapeland and Palestine. A lot more lightning in there. Just a lot more concentrated severe weather potential in that pocket down to Trinity. Okay? So let's not lose sight of that. Let's pull back over and let's get Shreveport back up here. You bet, Keith. All right, radar's trying to load. Give it a sec here. Jasmine Alto's looking A-OK for now. Nothing really too earth-shattering in y'all's area. I talked about Van an hour or so back and talked about places that are a little bit more sensitive to the storms. And I know you guys in Alto are y'all have earned your badge there on that. Nothing severe in your area at the moment. We'll watch that line. Jacksonville back down south towards Grapeland. We'll keep an eye on that. Pretty good wind. Should be getting into Gallatin pretty fast. Same for Rusk here shortly. Tyler Whitehouse clear, Jamie. I would say Tyler clear, Whitehouse very quickly clearing as far as severe threat goes. And really you're probably already pretty much on the clear side of Whitehouse. Definitely Tyler. Anywhere from Tyler back north and west. Ditto that for Gilmer. Ditto Pittsburgh. Dangerfield, you're pretty much done. Naples, done. Everybody back to the west. Just rain and cool. Hitting a house in Kilgore, huh? Okay, Ashley. Looks like we're going to get cooler as we get into probably the middle part of next week. I don't think we're going to be talking much on the severe weather side of things for a while. Once we get that cool pattern in. How long till it clears Longview? You bet, Jennifer. Megan, Longview, I think you got just now got the wind really starting to swing through Gregg County, so towards eastern Gregg County, I should say. So you'll have probably about 20, 25 minutes, and then you should have been you'll be on the backside of it by that point, I think. Liberty City, no power right now, Tammy. Okay. Sorry about that. Dadgummit. You're just about coming out the back end of this, though. Okay. So give it a few more minutes, and we'll be clearing you out. Looks like Weather Service is going to go ahead and reissue a new severe thunderstorm warning. So that'll cover East Central Smith. Will run eastern Upshur County, Morris, Southern Camp, and Gregg County in that warning, and that'll run until 10:15. All right, so let's talk about this one here. Stand by.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so we got, again, East Central Smith. So this will be that easternmost part of Smith County, eastern Upshur County, which that's going to be basically this box that you see going through Gilmer back up to just south. I guess it does include Dangerfield, but looks like it's going to be for this line that's about to cross through the city of Longview. That's going to be till 10:15 officially on the severe thunderstorm warning. That's not a terribly long fuse on that thing. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, main concern with that. Okay. So we're at 9:53, and we are running this line into Cass County now. Folks down near Linden, you're going to be coming up to bat here pretty soon. Thanks, Shelly. Thanks for being here. So we'll run the line from just west of Linden back into extreme western Marion County. So we'll cross this thing right across that path where that tornado was earlier. We've got it almost into northern Harrison County right now. Probably got some pretty good wind up near Smyrna and over to Morton. If not already, it shortly will be arriving there. There's the leading edge of that heavier stuff there over Longview at the moment. Rain and winds pick it up in Latexa. Okay, thanks, Ray. Extreme, I guess we'll say northwestern Rusk County there. Henderson, you guys are going to see some wind picking up pretty quickly if it hasn't already begun to do so. All right, stand by for another chunk of these. Let's see here.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
New severe thunderstorm warning. Southwestern Rusk, Nacogdoches, northwestern Angelina, and Cherokee County. We will do this warning until 11 o'clock. Storms located along the line from Grapeland to 9 miles northwest of Crockett, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So this will give us 60 mile an hour, 60 to probably 60, maybe 65 mile an hour wind gusts. So that'll cover a good swath of those central and starting to ease towards some of that deep East Texas territory. There's the new watch, or the new warning. So that will include the city of Nacogdoches and Lufkin on the bottom end of the box. So we will move that stuff from Grapeland down to Crockett, Jacksonville, all that kind of shuffling off to the east. Like I said, there's some pretty good wind right in this Grapeland area right now. Granted, we're looking at it from the radar out of Shreveport, so the beam is hitting it pretty high by the time it gets that far west. But there's just going to be some pretty good wind in there. So this will cross south central Cherokee County. Folks there near Alto and Wells, adjacent sections of Houston County. The trees get thicker down in this area, so especially down there in Houston County. Yeah, Taylor, I'm not surprised to hear that about Longview. Coming in pretty good. Okay. Kilgore, power's flickering in Liberty City, JR. Yeah. I mean, you've got moderate to heavy rainfall all across Gregg County now. Looks like that line's actually picking up some intensity there on the extreme southeast side of Gregg County. See how those storms are kind of starting to blossom and fill in there? So that's interesting to note. Some of the nighttime dynamics starting to play in here, and just the better dynamics overall. So yeah, so that's some nicer development in there near Longview. Line seems to be getting itself together, keeping its act together further north too, up into Cass County, west of Linden. Naples, you guys done. Omaha done. Dangerfield done. Lone Star almost done. So we're clearing a good chunk of real estate out of this thing now. Callie asking for Beckville, Carthage. You guys you'll have rain in your area within the next 35 minutes or so, 35 to 40 minutes. Okay. You bet, Patty. Power went out for a sec in Longview. Okay. Well, as long as it's just a sec, we'll be all right. You guys between Marshall and Longview on 20 going to get a pretty good burst of wind here shortly. Nothing tornadic in there. But that is some really nice development right there on the leading edge of this, on the east side of Longview. Nice development there too, north side of Henderson, northwest of Henderson. Actually, I'm not surprised to hear that about the wind on the Harrison County side of Longview. Saber, glad to. Thanks for being here. Thanks for allowing us to help you out with this stuff. Stuff seems to be getting a little bit more organized over northeastern Cherokee County too. See the storms kind of blossoming there. All right, Kerry, man, thanks. Won't be quiet in Henderson for very long, Jackie. You bet, Heidi. Thank you. Kelly, I think it's going to move through pretty quick. I mean, this line's continuing to plug off to the east. We'll be done with this before midnight in most spots. If that helps any. It's not going to be a long and drawn out kind of deal though. Once this leading line comes through, that'll really be the beginning and the end of it, barring anything that develops out ahead of it. And we haven't had really any of those rogue storms for several hours. So I don't really see any reason to be too concerned about additional development, although this line does seem to be beefing itself up a bit more as it moves further east. So that may translate into a bit more of a wind threat, especially as you get over towards Marshall. Yeah, see that? Look at that right there. Yeah, see how this is starting to kind of bow out a little bit? East side of Longview. I'm going to keep I think that's going to be a potential problem area for wind going forward. So you guys in Marshall, you missed the tornado by not too far earlier today in Marshall. Southwest side of Marshall, west side of town. This wind is going to keep on trucking right down I-20. So you got Hallsville in there. Hallsville is right on top of that. It's probably into Hallsville now, at least the leading edge, that gust front. If you're in Hallsville, I'd love to hear what you're seeing right now. A lot of wind in Longview, Donna. Thanks. Talk about the Rayburn area, Mike. You guys are probably an hour or so away. Hey, Rachel, thanks. Sleep tight. Yeah, Mike, that Rayburn area, I'd say you got an hour or so, give or take, maybe a tad longer, maybe a tad shorter. But you're going to get some pretty good wind and rain, though, down there on the lake. You bet, man. Got to go to Rayburn the first time last year. That's a beautiful spot down there. Cynthia Quitman, you guys are just about done. You're done with the severe weather. Let's just put it that way. You have some rain on the back end of this, but that 73 temp that you're seeing there, Quitman, that ain't right. I don't know what they got in Quitman, but it ain't 73. It's probably more like 53. I got 56 here at the house, and you guys are way further back into that cold sector. Yeah, that Bowen is really pronounced south of Ore City. Hallsville, you bet, Cynthia. Marshall will be buttoned up, y'all. Weather Service with a measured 64-mile-an-hour gust from a home weather station there at Liberty City. So that makes sense, particularly in light of this. I hope somebody's got a gauge right there along the apex of that bow near Hallsville, or if you got a weather station at your place or you got a friend who has one, I'd love to know what the wind's doing there between Hallsville and Marshall, because I bet it's every bit of 60, if not 70. Amen, Ben. Nancy, you're done in White House. I would say you are done in White House. Yes, ma'am. East of Reclaw. Candy, thanks for dialing us in there. Not just a ton going on in your neck of the woods yet, but it's on the way, Reclaw. Oops. Cool, Mike. Thank you. I'd love to know what you get. Yeah, we're always curious about that. If you've got a weather station, that kind of stuff is always helpful, just to know, have something to measure wind with, especially on a situation like this, or rainfall totals for that matter. Thanks, Callie. Wind's picking up in Rusk. Okay. Hey, Mariah. Yeah, just Hugh Springs area. You're just looking at wind right now. Wind's picking up in Rusk. Yeah. Kara, I'm not surprised to hear that. Pretty good lightning. Kathy says south of Rusk right now. That's going to be a strong little pocket coming through out of Anderson County, crossing southern Cherokee County. As far as Longview goes, guys, we'll be putting Longview to bed here in the next probably 20 minutes. That really the bulk of Longview is, you're already clear of that best wind, but that southeastern piece down towards Easton and that area, we'll give it another 10 to 15 minutes on that. But the bulk of the wind and stronger stuff is now out of Gregg County and over towards Hallsville. So you guys in Longview can start to shut down, especially from Longview back to the west and north. Southeast of Longview, like I said, down towards Easton and Elderville, let's give it another few minutes, but the bulk of that is clear to your area now too, okay? Yeah, Don, I'm not surprised to hear about that. Wind slowing down Longview. Those in Kilgore who are brave enough to look. How's it looking here? Kilgore, you guys should be wrapping up pretty fast, Aaron. I don't see much. I don't see much of anything to be concerned with at this point. Wind will be letting up pretty quickly if it hasn't already begun to do so. You can probably dial down the music now, Aaron. Appreciate you, Brittany. Glad we could help out. Got the kid in bed and the dog walked. That sounds like a full a completion of all that needs to be done today. You bet, Tammy. Thanks for being here. So we got rain and storms, got that line just about on top of Texarkana, through New Boston, down to Maud, Linden, leading edge there, just about to get into southeastern Cass County. Jefferson, you got it on the nose right now, Jefferson. Marshall, you're next up. Going to get some pretty good wind in there too. Can we continue to remember that Boeing? Okay, that's a good wind producer right there. Let's see here. All right, asking about Elkhart here. You guys are done there, Elkhart. Sorry, I got distracted there, Mary. Yeah, you guys are good. I would unbutton from the shelter there and hit the sack. Yeah, Jessica, I think you guys are about done there in the Mount Selman area. Yeah, that is just about over for you guys. So y'all hit the sack. Tell the kids to enjoy the sleep. Rocky, where's Bowling Green at, bud? I'm drawing a blank here. What county are we talking about? I'm sorry. Jamie, that's the heaviest of the stuff is off to your east of White House now. Still pretty good and loud in White House. You're hearing some thunder, but that's going to be the stuff that's departing off to the east of you. So I think you'll have more rain here for another hour and a half, but the stronger stuff is going to be scooting off to the east of you. Okay? So I think you're all right. Good. Between Laneville and Mount Enterprise. Absolutely, Alan. Thanks for being here. Thanks for we get down to Laneville and whatnot here about once a year with a bunch of my TJC buddies down towards Lake Striker. So it's a good area down there. Wow, Joel, is wind's picking up south of Lake Striker. Look at there. You bet, Andrew. Jenny, I'm glad we had you there in Hallsville tonight. Thank you. Getting loud in Price. Tell everybody in Turnertown hi for me. Got some good friends. Went to Carlisle High School. You bet, Ray. We got some pretty good wind. Going to be probably into Alto by now. So you guys there, Southern Cherokee County, be aware of that. Linwood, the Toy. Got some good friends out heading towards Angelina River. So we'll get some pretty good wind in there shortly. Carlisle Indians, Joe. That's right. Got DJ'd the prom at Carlisle back in the late 90s? Good folks down there. Wells, you guys up next. Lufkin, we're looking off to the west of you. That line still looks pretty solid, especially in spots. A lot of lightning down there towards Trinity. Oof. Yeah, Katie Flint's good. Hit the sack. Hugh Springs, Moriah, I really don't see much. Much spooky looking stuff for you guys. Good night, Katie. Thanks, Jesse. Glad to help out, Crystal. Thank you, Donna. Thanks for being here. Mariah hit the sack. Okay, Rob. Yeah, you guys in Avenger, I think you're A-okay at this point. Coop, I think you're all right. Yeah, I think the back end of this stuff, where you guys are at in Avenger, I think you're all right. Very high winds in Hallsville, Charity. Okay, good to know. I would be surprised to hear anything else, but I will tell you the winds are about to start slowing down for you. Thanks, Eric. Judy, your Texarkana. Yeah, you guys got lines right on top of you right now. Yeah, yo, you guys are good, man. Yeah, Texarkana, Tootie, I would say give it about 20, 25 minutes. We'll have that line through there and get it over. I don't know which side of Texarkana you're on, if you're on the Texas or the Arkansas side, but you'll be clean to this thing here. If you're on the west side, the Texas side, you'll be clean to this thing here in probably about 15, 20 minutes. Thanks, Frida. Thanks for being here. Texas side? Okay. Yeah. Give it probably 15 to 25 minutes. You'll be clear of it. Thanks for watching from Texarkana, Tootie. You bet. Thanks, Charity. Amber asking about Marshall. That's a good question. You probably got some pretty strong wind in Marshall now. Leading edge of that line is just on the west side of town, so that'll be it. And here comes the next image. So you're gonna have some pretty hefty rain in there for a good 10, 15 minutes, and then it'll start to subside, I'm betting. Thank you, Philip. Hitting alto now, huh, Jason? Okay. Just Aiden, just the moderate to the heavy rainfall for Marshall right now. Everything seems to be holding itself to strong straight line winds. You guys in Longview, Jeff, Christina, y'all are done. Longview. Danny Tyler's done. Just some rain, maybe a little bit of distant thunder. Temps down to 57 at the airport last hour. I got 56 here at the house. Palestine will not get a second round. This will be a one and done type thing. You'll have some rain, Palestine, here for the next, half hour or so, but that'll be about it. Thanks, Jeff. Folks in Rusk County, or in Rusk, Central Cherokee County, heavy rainfall there from Gallatin back to Rusk, down on to near Alto, I'm betting. Yeah, there's Alto. You got some pretty good wind probably on the east side of Alto now out towards Linwood. Going to ease over into northern Nacogdoches or western Nacogdoches County. Wells, you guys will have strong winds coming up here in the next, probably the next 10 to 15 minutes. You're going to get a pretty good burst of wind out of this thing that's coming out of Anderson County over near Waiches. Okay, could be a little hail in that. That's an awful lot of. It's an awful lot of bright returns there out near Waiches. Yeah, lady, you guys are done in Kilgore. Okay. Lots of thunder in Marshall, they say. Yep. Jenny, I'm not surprised to hear that. That line is about split the town in half right now. It'll continue scooting east. Just some good straight line winds, though. All right, a new warning coming out now.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, Weather Service now going to go ahead and take it further downstream with eastern Marion, eastern Cass, Harrison, southeastern Bowie County. It'll go till 11:15. More of the same. We're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds and potentially up to penny-sized hail out of this line. So this will just be a further downstream movement of the line with a lot of the same components in it, being that that's stronger straight line winds and maybe a little bit of hail in it. So again, new warning out. That'll also stretch over into Bossier Parish, Shreveport area, Caddo Parish, Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas, and Miller County in southwestern Arkansas. So we're just, again, as we've been talking about for the last couple hours, they're just continuing to walk this line across the area, and they'll hit the counties. Since it's affecting, a lot of the same counties simultaneously, they'll just continue to kind of ease that thing across. You got 70s out ahead of this thing. Look at 75, Shreveport at the airport, 73 up at Texarkana on the last hour. You get behind this thing down to 60. Looks like at Mount Pleasant. Low 70s last report from the Longview Airport. But I guarantee it's cooler than that now, probably 15 to 20 degrees cooler than that now. Jennifer had 77 in Ben Wheeler now. She's got 57 and some light rain. So you kind of get the general feel for that. Any chance of tornado around Linden, Hugh Springs anymore? I would say no on that. Julia, I think we're done with that. Anything tornadic potential is going to be out here on the leading edge of this line, really, and maybe just maybe a tad back, a couple miles embedded in that, but that's really the better of that is going to be out ahead of this. So you guys are quickly calming down there. Sarah, no tornado warnings. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. All right, yeah, stand by one.
Tornado warning.
All right, Weather Services is going to go with a tornado warning for Harrison County, and this will be that chunk of the storm that's kind of splitting the difference across the city of Marshall. So this will include the eastern 2/3 of the city of Marshall, and then everybody out east of town towards Scottsville and Jonesville. So that'll be a tornado warning. Weather Service with a storm capable of producing a tornado over Marshall, moving east at 40. So let's get back in here and see what we can make out. Pretty noisy in there. A lot of wind in there. 9, 8, 9, 6, 9, 7. Yeah, so I don't see anything definitive as far as a debris signature or anything of that nature, but we do have that warning that just coming out. You can see some rotation in there near Marshall, east side of Marshall. So sirens going off. Over by Pinecrest and 59. Okay, so we got sirens going off in the Marshall area. It's probably going to be this little pocket right in here. Let's see. So that's going to be this pocket right in here on the east side of Marshall. Folks out towards Scottsville, east side of Marshall. Let's be aware of that. Okay. I don't have anything reported. Yeah, I don't have anything cited. I've just got the radar concerns there on that little pocket. All right, now we've got another one to talk about.
Tornado warning.
So this will be a tornado warning for northwestern Nacogdoches and southeastern Cherokee County. Storm capable of a tornado near Moriel, or about 16 miles southeast of Rusk, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that's going to be this pocket right in here. This is going to go over. This is east of Alto. Okay, here's 69. Let's get this over on Radar Omega real quick. This will at least display some marks a little bit better. So here's Moriel right here. You're going to take this thing northeast. It's going to take you over a lot of rural, heavily wooded areas. There's 69. So that's just south of Alto. So Weather Service is looking at a storm capable of a tornado. And that northeast movement, east-northeast movement at 45. So that's going to get it. That's going to get it across into Nacogdoches County here pretty fast. and we'll take it either near or just potentially just north of the city of Nacogdoches. Okay. Cherokee County, yes. Cherokee County is under tornado warning now. This is south of Rusk, really just south of Alto, between Alto and Wells, I would say. This will be north of Wells, just south of Alto. So right there along 69, heading northeast at about, or east northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So we want to be in those tornado safe spots. Exercise those tornado precautions. Centermost part of the building or the structure that you are in. Okay, we want to be on the lowest floor. We talked earlier in the afternoon with the tornadoes, but the safest part of the house or the structure you're in is going to be that bottom floor, nearest the foundation, nearest the ground. The higher up you get in the structure, the weaker the structure becomes. We want those small interior rooms if we can access those. Something small like a closet, things of that nature. Interior room, we like to be the centermost part of the house. Again, because we put as much distance between the outside danger as we can by being in that centermost part of the structure. Okay, bathtubs are great. If you can grab a heavy blanket or a comforter off of the bed, grab yourself your kiddos, whatever, and hop in that bathtub. You've got some small additional walls right there around you, and that blanket helps to give you a little bit more, just give you a little bit more protection from anything that might be flying. Okay, we want to avoid windows. Obviously, weakest part of any structure is going to be those windows. Avoid large rooms. We don't have to worry about much of that at a time like this tonight. We don't have folks in gymnasiums or in big auditoriums, things like that. Don't want to seek shelter under an overpass. Vehicles are not a good option. Evacuate mobile homes. Hopefully you have a tornado plan in place for a night like tonight, even though we haven't had much of that in a while. We've been talking about with that pocket that's moving through here seems to have a little bit more juice to it. And so the folks further downstream, down towards Nacogdoches, north side of Nacogdoches along 259, the storm is headed in that direction. So if you're watching us from there, let's be ready to take those tornado precautions there. Obviously, shoes, closed-toed shoes are best. Helmets, if you got a bike helmet, put that on the kids. That's always a good thing too. Helps protect the noggin and just generally give you just a little bit added layer of protection. Okay. Let's get back to this tornado warning. Nacogdoches County. This will be western Nacogdoches County, southeastern. We'll call it southeastern Cherokee County. All right. Storm was initially near Morill, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So here's the radar loop on that. Okay. This is that same pocket that I was talking about that was coming out of Grapeland and out of that Houston County area. This is just another further downstream movement on that same stuff. So this is south of Alto. Let's get back. This is going to be east of Alto now. Here's really where probably the best of the circulation is going to be at, right in here. And again, the radar beam's pretty high up in the atmosphere by this point after it leaves Shreveport. But this will be along just south of Highway 21. If you're heading east out of Alto on 21, give you some points of reference there. Okay, there's not a lot out there. So it'll be north of Wells, southeast of Alto, along 21, just south of 21. Probably at this point, probably along 21. Because that radar data there, it's a few minutes behind. So you guys, west side of Nacogdoches, out 21, between Nac and Alto. Let's be ready for this thing. To be coming across. It's going to be dark, a lot of trees, low visibility. So just wait till the storm is past. So that's presenting well. Along 21, we get back up to this one that's prompted the warning east of Marshall. Weather Service is going to continue with the warning for southeastern Marion, northeastern Harrison till 11:15. Storm capable of a tornado near Karnak. And moving east at about 40. So I don't see too much really here. Keep an eye on this area here east of Jefferson. Let's do this. That'll play a lot better there. So if you've got anything, it's going to be there near, probably near uncertain. South of 49, if there's something there. It looked a lot better on the other radar, but back on this storm here east of Alto now. West of Knack. Where is... Let's look at this thing from Fort Polk, see if that gives us any better feel. So tornado warning continues northwestern Knack, southeastern Cherokee for about another 30 minutes. It's awfully muddy in there. Yeah, Jason, I think you guys are okay there at Alto. Just east of you, though, it's a different story between you and Knack, really west side of Nacogdoches. Aiden's trampoline did a backflip. I think, Aiden, you're over in Marshall, if I remember correctly. A lot of wind in that area. A lot of wind in this here, too. Let's pull this back over to Shreveport. So Weather Service is looking at this little pocket here near uncertain where the winds are blowing in towards that Shreveport site pretty strongly and out away from it too. Getting so close to that radar, it's getting hard to... Hard to make much out. If we've got anything there with this Nacogdoches and Cherokee County storm, I would bet it's probably right in there near Highway 225, just south of 21, along just east of 225, if there's something there. I think it'll pass just north of Nac, Carrie. Let's look at it on radar. Yeah, I think this thing. It's going to be right in here, I think. It'll pass over the north side of town, northern half of town. Wouldn't hurt to just let them know that it's out there. Because we're talking SFA. Banana Creek, Star. It's going to be close. That's a little close for my comfort. So tornado warning for really for western Nacogdoches County now. The bulk of this concern has moved out of Cherokee County. So we're talking folks really getting even past Douglas and Eden at this point. Yeah, Carrie, absolutely. Let's look at this on velocity again. Good grief, that's dirty. Yeah, Angie, the area of concern is it's probably going to be somewhere in this area here. I'm thinking. But it's hard to differentiate with this velocity It's just awful. It's awful muddy in there. There'll be a lot of wind there in Nacogdoches regardless. All right, Weather Service is going to go further down the stream with the severe thunderstorm warning. They are toning that out with the Weather Service, or with the radar, or with the NOAA radio as we speak. Stand by just 1 second.
Severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so southern Panola County, southeastern Russ, Nacogdoches, Shelby, Angelina, San Augustine, and southeastern Cherokee County storms located along a line from 7 miles south of Minden to 6 miles southwest of Apple Springs, going east at 45. So it's another 60-mile-an-hour wind and potentially some penny-sized hail in there. Okay. Let's see if we have anything new. So we've got a little bit better. At least we lost some of the noise there. I would say if we've got something, very well could be on that northwest side of Nacogdoches, or that west side of Nacogdoches proper, west to northwest side of town. It's hard to say. It's just hard to get a lot out of this data here. All right, so I'm trying to get a feel for where we are on this whole thing. I think that potentially this circulation very well may be just on the north side of NAC by this point. Between NAC and Appleby. Weather Service is also going to, you're welcome, Catherine. Weather Service is canceling the southern tornado warning from Marshall eastward to Blanchard. Keeping the northern tornado warning going for the storm moving into Oil City. So that's this little peak right here east of Uncertain. That's really over into Louisiana. Okay, Weather Service had to make some adjustments to the radar in order to see the winds of the Nacogdoches storm. The rotation doesn't look as good now. They're thinking they're going to let the warning ride though until I think it's 11:15. So that's what I was asking them if they could pinpoint where that is, and it sounds like they're even having a difficult time finding it, which is understandable with that coverage down there. It's just a mess that far south. So at least we know we're not alone in having a hard time spotting some of that stuff. But we're gonna let they are gonna let the warning continue to run at its course until 11:15, and so I don't blame him a bit for that. With as charged as things are. Rachel, you out on 21 west of town or east of Nacogdoches? Alto, Jasmine, yeah, Alto, you're good. Let's move that off. Let's go back here. Yeah, Alto's good. You're well in, but well behind that line now. Lake Nac, yeah, it's pretty good wind and rain there, but that won't last much longer. 21 east, yeah. 21 east to Nac, you're gonna have some pretty good wind in there. Kind of getting on that leading edge of the line, like we've been talking about. That end of the line has just got a little more juice to it. Really, the whole line seems to have picked up its intensity over the last hour or so. But we've managed to do it without a ton of hoopla further north, with the exception of that area there east of Marshall. You bet, Kim. You live between Appleby and Nac, Jennifer. Yeah, I'd give it another 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Let's let this leading edge and these little notches get past you. I'm not ready to go out on a limb yet and tell you to all clear it at this time. But give it a few more minutes. You can see the leading edge of that line. Kind of these little notches kind of show up a little bit better too. Little areas like that, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on those. Okay. Sometimes you'll see things try to spin up in those little brackets. All right, Josh, thanks for being there, man. So you're a quarter mile north of the loop on Appleby. You guys are in Jonesville. Michael. Let's get y'all up there real quick. Yeah, I would give it another 10, 15 minutes on that, Michael. No tornado warnings out for you guys right now, but in this kind of an environment, let's let the meat of this line get past you. You bet, Jana. Thank you. One of these little bulge right there. Absolutely, Michael. You guys from Timpson over to Tenaha, this pocket coming out of Mount Enterprise is pretty charged. It's going to be some good wind right on the leading edge of that. Thanks, Lacey. But let's be ready in Timpson, south of Carthage. Carthage, you got that line on top of you right now. You'll have heavy rainfall in Carthage, but I think you'll have heavier stuff right there along 315, along and just south of 315. So that area there, Panola County and Shelby County and Rusk County, all kind of meet in there. All right, so we're at 11:05. Thanks, Jasmine. Deborah asking Central Heights. Let's Central Heights, just a lot of heavy rainfall there now. I'm more concerned about what's going on just to the east of you guys at this point. More along that leading edge. The tornado warning is still officially active for you guys for another 10 minutes. But I haven't seen anything on the radar that just is screaming. Okay. There could be something there and we just aren't seeing it because it's just so low to the ground or it's just really small. Weather Service is canceling tornado warning for Harrison and Marion counties. So that's good. Oh, thanks, Michelle. I appreciate you saying that. Okay. All right, let's go back to Omega. Lufkin, you got that's a good looking line coming through Lufkin right now. So we're gonna run this stuff, the wind out ahead of this thing. Folks in Sherino, y'all be ready. Rayburn, you're up here pretty soon. So that'll get us into extreme southern Nacogdoches County and extreme southeastern Angelina County. It's a good amount of lightning up there near Mount Enterprise. Near and just east of Mount Enterprise towards Garrison, Bryce. You guys up towards Brackfield and Long Branch. Carthage, heavy rainfall getting into your neck of the woods now. That 73 won't hold for long at all, though. You'll be cooling off pretty quick. Marshall, you guys are clear. Jefferson, you're clear. All of Marion County, all of Cass County. Texas County, you're clear. Rain's starting to break up in the Tyler area now. So really the meat of where our concerns lie will be from just east of Marshall back down to Carthage, on to Timpson, just west of Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches proper. Latina, you guys in Nac are in the back end of the heaviest of the rain. Okay, you got some wind in there too. Could be something small lurking north of Nacogdoches, between Nacogdoches and Mount Enterprise, in the form of some rotation. But heck, if I can find anything on there right now that's really sticks out as glaring. Back down to Lufkin, some heavy rainfall there in the Lufkin area currently. The wind is going to be more pronounced out on the leading edge of this. So down, you guys up there, Homer, Manning, y'all have some pretty good wind pulling into your neck of the woods here shortly. Talked about Timpson here a second ago. AJ Timpson looking, some pretty hefty wind coming in there, probably already on top of you. The rain will follow shortly thereafter. You can see the line there from. I'll run a loop on it for you real quick. See that heavier rainfall running along 84. Heaviest of the rain about to cross 59. All right, Weather Service is going to reissue tornado warning. So stand by as we pull that up real quick here, okay? Okay. This has got some more meat to it.
Tornado warning.
All right, Weather Service with tornado warning for southeastern Rusk, northern Nacogdoches, and northwestern Shelby County. We're going to go with that until 11:45. Public confirmed a tornado located over Garrison. All right, so what I was saying, we weren't able to see too much, but somebody is seeing it on the ground. Over Garrison, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So that will have it. If it's over Garrison, let's look at this. Maybe this little pocket right in here then. Maybe this little notch right in here. It is awfully discreet, or it's pretty subtle looking. But that might be this little pocket right here, Garrison. We're talking 59, so there's 59 goes through Garrison. I would say we're we're on the east side of 59 with this. So let's get back at it on Omega. I think we're looking at this. So here's Garrison right here. You got 59 that runs northeast to southwest through town. 138 goes out. I think our area of concern is going to be here on the on that east side of Garrison right now. There's Silas. You got Stockman in there. This will be north of Stockman. It is awfully subtle, though. A lot of lightning on the north side of Garrison, so your tornado is probably going to be down here. This will be just south of Timpson. Okay, you guys at Timpson, this thing is moving east at 55. So it's not going to take it too long to, it'll pass just north of center. If it keeps on that general track. So again, we've had the report of the public having seen a tornado over Garrison within the last, was it 11:10? But in the last 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, and storm moving off to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So let's see if we can make something out on that. I think it's going to be this. It's going to be right in here. So this will probably pass just north of the city of Center. So if you're on the west side of Center, northwest side of Center, we need to be in that tornado safe spot here right now, okay? Between Center and Timpson. So we're talking Highway 87. It's going to give you, I think this may be our guy right here. That little, I'm just kind of trying to shoot the numbers here, but I think this may be somewhat of what we're working with right here. So that's going to take it just north of Center. You bet, Carmela. Thank you. So it's not a lot of. SVS to more accurately predict where this is. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this, obviously. Let's try to look at this from Fort Polk. There's Fort Polk. Thank goodness we got that. So greens are inbound towards Fort Polk. Reds are outbound. It almost looks like it's south of Garrison, but Thanks, Jennifer. Get some rest. All right, Weather Service is issuing a new statement on that warning. So let's see. Let's see. A tornado warning until 11:45. Southeastern Russ, northeastern Nacogdoches, northwestern Shelby. 11:16 confirmed tornado near Timpson, or 12 miles west of center, moving east at 55. So that was that area back up there then. Confirmed tornado near Timpson, 12 miles west of center, moving east at 55. Goodness gracious. All right, we're going to stay on Shreveport. So I think this is it right in here. So that's 5984. So we're east of Timpson now. 5984 between Timpson and Tenaha. I think this is our guy right here. So this will be moving up towards Tenaha. We're west of 59, between Timpson and Tenaha, along 5984, maybe just south of it. So if you're in that area, I think that's our best guess as to where this thing is at. It's a lot of woods, low visibility situation with the rain, nighttime. Hate stuff in this kind of climate. But that's my best guess on where this is at. So, okay, recapping again, we're east of Timpson with this, between Tenaha and Timpson. You guys who are in that area know what I'm talking about. 5984. Tornado sirens are going off in Nacogdoches right now, okay? I don't quite understand why they'd be going off in Nac. Maybe the northwest, east side of Nacogdoches, but that seems a little late. Yeah, that's what I'm. You sure like to have a little bit more presentation on these things. I wish we did. So it looks like the Weather Service is not going to. They are not going to reissue. So if you're in Tenaha, west side of Tenaha, let's we need to be in that safe place at this time. Passing through, I think it's east of Bobo now. Worst of this again, north of center. You're still going to get some pretty good wind in center out of the line. Back to the south. Looks like Weather Service is going to cancel that warning, that tornado warning. I believe that's the one they're talking about canceling. Actually, maybe the only one they have. Yeah. So they're going to cancel that. A good amount of lightning there up north in Tennessee and Bobo. And so you got some hefty wind coming into center here shortly. Sunday we got it headed towards center, and the line itself stretches back to Lufkin. The worst of the line is east of Lufkin now. The strongest part of that line is going to be out here towards Chirino, right there into San Augustine, Nacogdoches County line. That'll continue scooting east. The Weather Service has canceled the Nac, Shelby, and Rusk County tornado warning, so that's good. That takes that at least off of the map. This will go away here momentarily. All right, so Nacogdoches proper, city of Nac, you guys are rapidly clearing out of the strongest of that wind on the extreme southeast side of town. Is really the only remnant of the heavier rain. I'm expecting this tornado warning polygon to disappear here any time since they canceled the warning. You bet, Jennifer. There we go. All right. I know the TV folks are glad to have that. So we're left with severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got a lot of little ebbs and flow in this line. These little notches in here can spin up something without a whole lot of notice. But it's 11:26 and we got most of this thing through the area. So that's not a bad night if we can do that without any injuries and damage to property. If you did not know, we've had a couple of tornadoes today earlier on. Had one out northwest of Jefferson, and then the other tornado, confirmed tornado, back up near Picton. She got up in the eastern part of Hopkins County, and so I've seen video of the one on the near Jefferson from earlier on, courtesy of a guy in Longview who was able to forward that video. So we have produced some things today Fortunately, we haven't produced the damage like it had been potentially on the table for us. So that's good news. We will get this line through Center and St. Augustine and get it through Shelby counties and be able to power down for the night. We got the worst of that leading edge coming into southeastern Panola County. They're along Highway 31. You guys in Joaquin, Jackson, Paxton, you got the wind already in your face, I think, in Paxton already. Tenaha, same for you guys. Y'all are in the meat of some good rain at the moment. Center, heavy rain in the west side of town. Wind probably all the way through town at this point. So this line is almost on Highway 96. So coming up on 11:30, we are left with only severe thunderstorm warnings. Weather Service is going to continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for Angelina, Nacogdoches, Panola, Rusk, St. Augustine, and Shelby counties till 11:45. 60-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. So minimal severe weather criteria, at least for the moment, out of that section of the line. So pretty much every county in the area has been under a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning at one point or another today. I don't think anyone has escaped that. Trinity County, Houston County, all the way up the western row of counties, all the way across the northern, all the central counties, and I'll be surprised if they don't lay one out for Sabine County before we're all said and done. Yeah, Robin, I'm not sure about that Overton situation. If you were talking about Overton in Smith County, right there along the Smith and Rusk County line. I haven't seen anything severe in that area in well over an hour. Temps down to 56 here in town, by the way, in Tyler. Weather Service is they're gonna be putting together a tornado watch that's gonna carry over into Louisiana. It may actually end up covering Sabine County too initially. We'll see. They got a long night ahead of them with storms over into, as this thing runs through Louisiana. That's strange, Robin. Okay. I'm glad to know that. I don't know what the reasoning would have been for it, but thanks for the heads up on that. Van Zandt County, absolutely, Cassie. Yeah, you guys are clear. Nothing doing but some light sprinkles in y'all's neck of the woods. Okay. Mike, good to know, man. Pretty good wind right there in center, I would think, at the moment. Right there along 96. You're watching there between center and Tenaha, too, that little weak echo area like that. We'll have pretty good wind in San Augustine, I would think, here very quickly. Carthage, you guys are quickly getting on the back end of that heaviest rain. So y'all can sleep good. Shreveport's got heavy rainfall right there in town. So we got 11:35 almost. Rainfall through at least the western half of St. Augustine County, western half of Shelby County. Panola County got some heavy rainfall south and east of Carthage. Generally on the east side of 59, with the exception of that extreme southern part of the county. Fresh data coming in. Tenaha, worst of the winds, east of you now. Center, you're in the thick of the heavy rain for the moment. You guys out towards Campty, New Harmony, Huxley. You're next up for some pretty good wind. Renee, where are you? Center. Okay. Yeah. But you got some good wind in there. You'll have a good strong wind for probably about 10, 15 minutes. Or some strong heavy rain for probably 15 minutes. And it'll start to let up. Ah, yes. Okay, Miss Renee, gotcha. Thanks, Jackie. You too. All right, Weather Service is canceling tornado watch for Angelina, Nacogdoches, Panola, Sabine, San Augustine, and Shelby counties. Not sure if they're going to reissue. for any part of that area. A lot of times what they'll do to clean things up is they'll yank a watch and then they'll reissue further downstream, and they might include a few counties initially in that next watch box. So they're canceling Cass, Cherokee, Harrison, Marion, and Rusk. So they'll be pushing along something here in a minute. That rain should start to let up here and center here the next couple of minutes. Yes, Shelby, they did. They cleared everybody's watch. I'm not surprised with the St. Augustine, with the way that line's looking down there. The eastern part of Shelby County, I guess some might argue you could hold on to that for a little bit longer, but they may end up, what they very well may do is do a fresh watch, since this thing's going to expire at midnight anyway. Do a fresh watch further downstream. May include some of these southeastern counties of East Texas, but they may not. We'll have to wait and see. You bet, Shelby. Hope y'all have a good night, Marshall. Thanks for being here. So 11:40. We may get out of this thing before midnight. All right, the proposed watch will stay tornado watch, and it'll cover all of North Louisiana, Columbia, and Union County, Arkansas. So no mention of East Texas. So they're going to let this thing just ride itself out. And with proximity of that leading edge of that line, who could blame them? All right, news. Let's see here. What do we got? All right, so this should be our last one of the evening, right?
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning. This will be the last one of the night for us. We got included in that southeastern Harrison County, eastern Panola, southeastern Nacogdoches, Shelby, St. Augustine, and northern Sabine County. That's going to run us until 12:45. This is going to be, I think, long gone out of there, out of the Texas counties by 12:45. So that makes me glad to say. Weather Service looking at gusts potentially up to 60 miles an hour, and they're seeing quarter-sized hail potentially in this. So, again, that's going to cover that eastern half of Shelby County, the remainder of St. Augustine County, extreme southeastern Nacogdoches County. Man, there ain't a whole lot left in Nacogdoches County. But they will include that southern piece as well as northern Sabine County. So we will run that. That's this big box right here. And that also clears you all the way up to just the south side of Shreveport, Bossier City. So center is in that, LaDonna. Although the bulk of the severe weather, I think, is east of center now. You're about to get out from underneath that rain shaft, too. Got some heavy rain south of center, but looks like the lighter stuff is winning out on the west side of town. So that covers just about everybody. I guess it doesn't quite. Yeah, it does include. It includes the northern half of Sabine County. The line further south of there looks pretty darn weak. So I think that's why they're only going to include up from Hemp Hill northward in that polygon. But you can see the overall intensity of the line really dropping off since it crossed Nacogdoches County. You can see that intensity pretty clearly starting to wane. Especially when it went over Rayburn. I know Mike said he got maybe 15, 20 mile an hour winds there when this thing crossed Rayburn. Yeah, it was falling apart well ahead of that. Pretty dramatically. Look at that. Wow. So that's good to know. So we'll watch this for a few more minutes. It's not a bad night. Could have been a lot worse. We're going to have a pretty substantial severe weather outbreak, I think, east of us tomorrow. If you got travel plans over in Alabama, I think that's going to be something where they'll be dealing with enhanced risk severe weather. Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, extreme northwest Georgia. There'll be northeast of Birmingham, so that pocket through Louisville. Some pretty country out there. But they'll be under the gun. Probably more wind, yeah. The wind threat will be the big deal. Kind of like what we had here with this tonight. Tornado risk is in there, but the dynamics won't be quite as strong. But that wind will be the bigger player tomorrow. So if you have family or travel plans in that direction for tomorrow, over, from Nashville to east, up towards Bristol and Chattanooga, those folks will get their show tomorrow tomorrow. It's almost tomorrow, isn't it? Almost Friday. But the Weather Service will be out. I think they will survey somewhere in East Texas, if not tomorrow, maybe Saturday, out towards the Jefferson area. I think there'll be some folks in Hopkins County tomorrow, poking around with that damage that they had near Picton. So don't be surprised. We'll talk about that. I'll post details on that in the morning once they alert the public and those of us down the line as to where they'll be and kind of how that will progress. Lauren Lufkin's good. You guys are quiet. Some straggler tail end rain showers down there at Lufkin, but that's really it. I would pack it in. There's that new tornado watch. Time for some shut eye. Absolutely, Lauren. Y'all sleep good. Thanks for being with us in Angelina County. Appreciate that. So we're running almost to midnight, 11:49, almost 11:50. Last of the warnings still ongoing. Eastern, southeastern Shelby County, eastern St. Augustine County, northern St. Augustine County, probably northeastern county, more proper. Northern Sabine County, what's left. Absolutely, Belinda. Sleep tight. You guys in Shelbyville, Coco, I think you are you're looking all right. Just some moderate to heavy rainfall potentially still coming down the pike for you. You'll have some pretty good wind. It won't last long. The line is weaker than it was 20 minutes ago. Certainly weaker than it was an hour ago. You bet, Coco. It's like a little bit of shower activity trying to get going on the backside of that line, east of or west of St. Augustine, near Chirino, north of Chirino. Yeah, so Weather Service is going to cancel Tornado Watch Angelina, Nacogdoches, Panola, Sabine, St. Augustine, Shelby counties. So that puts us watch box free. Shortly to be warning free. We're certainly warm air free now, almost area wide. 55 here in town in South Tyler. It's going to be a chilly day on Friday. The wind's going to blow pretty good. We're going to clear out, but it's going to feel remarkably cooler with that west-northwest wind and the lack of humidity. So you may want a little jacket tomorrow anyway, or tomorrow in the morning. You're welcome, Rachel. Well, I'm glad and hopeful that we had no injuries tonight from all this. That was definitely a potential eventuality. With the dynamics that were in place, the strength of the players that were on the table today. So we turned out much better than we could have, for sure. And early March, traditionally we talk about severe weather season starting March, April, May, early June. It's a pretty good way to start the season off. Is that a sign of a big season to come? Hard to say. As we cool off and get into that cooler pattern next week, that's going to make severe weather a much harder proposition for a while. But this is, if nothing else, a good refresher on where we potentially can go from here. April is typically kind of our peak of severe weather season across this part of the country. If you ask me, it goes through May, but usually you start to see that stuff begin to slowly ease to the north as we go through the early part of May, and by the end of May and June, we've shut it down pretty well in a lot of areas. And are starting to run into that afternoon pop-up thunderstorm variety type stuff, and you start to see things really get up into Oklahoma and Kansas and Nebraska and whatnot. So while we are maybe just a tad earlier than some might think, we do have March on the calendar now, so I can't be too surprised by it. The Weather Service is going to, they will, I think, have some additional spotter training classes. I'll try to get on that and see if anything else is set to run class-wise here over the next couple of weeks. Most of that stuff is usually pretty wrapped up by the early part of March with the onset of severe weather season, but I have not looked at that here in a week or two, so I need to go back and check on that and see if there are any other classes coming along. If you have an interest in this kind of stuff, which you obviously do or you wouldn't be here, those spotter training classes are great. They're free of charge. The local Weather Service offices put those on. Usually it's an evening class. Sometimes it's a Saturday class. Usually it's no more than a couple of hours to do that. And it's a really good way to kind of get yourself dialed in on what they need, what you can do to help contribute, and kind of the team mentality that we have in the weather community. So if you're watching now, you're probably in the southeastern counties of East Texas, so Shelby, Panola County, St. Augustine. I'll see if there's anything set to run in those areas. I know this is kind of the first year that we've done spotter training stuff in person since 2020, since early in 2020, due to COVID. So that is also kind of a process that's begun to get restarted, and very well may be some additional opportunities for those training classes coming up. Maybe not in the spring, but they do host those sometimes during the fall, and maybe we'll have some additional ones of those to get around. We did one in Tyler back in the fall, which was nice. I think it was the first one that Shreveport had done since the spring of 2020. So we had a heck of a big showing there at that, and they'll be doing more of those in the months to come. But a lot of the ones that have happened for the spring, I think, have been handled. But it's something to think about going forward. And we usually post about that kind of stuff here on the page. So if you've enjoyed what we do today or in the past, appreciate you telling some friends about that. That always helps. Thanks to my friends at Rose City Roofing for being kind enough to help support us here on this cause, and we appreciate their efforts greatly, and their support on all that. It's a blessing to us for sure. Showers right now. This line continues to lose steam as we make the run towards Friday and the end of Texas Independence Day on March 2nd. Here's our latest loop. You can see that from Huxley down to northern part of what looks like Sabine County. Hardly any rain even down there at Hemphill, at least at the moment. Just some light rain that far to the south, and really severe weather threat over with for St. Augustine County as well. Looks like the warning for Shelby County will officially, and northern Sabine County will run officially until 12:45, but I don't think there's going to be any semblance of severe weather left on this end of the line by 12:15, much less 12:45, as we officially make the run over into March the 3rd. How about that? Tornado Watch Box came out at around 3 o'clock today, or 3 o'clock on Thursday. And I would say it verified. So that is about all you can ask for. We had severe weather. It looked like it was going to be in the cards for us starting a week ago on Friday, with some of the analog models were pointing at what looked to be some signals of severe weather based on past severe weather events. And so that was kind of the first heads up that I had of potential for this to come together. And so we're left with that, and that stuff. It's amazing how we can look deeper into the future and have some success based off of the brilliant folks up at Storm Prediction Center and the modeling that we have these days that can help us to look out in time and see what would have been magic 60, 70 years ago and points prior to that. So we live in an incredibly blessed time with an awful lot of tools at our disposal. So this line is just about that leading edge. Once that leading edge clears out of Shelby County, I'll feel completely good about letting this thing go for the rest of the night. Yeah, I think we are going to let that ride from here. All right, 12:04. We made it to Friday. Thanks again for being part of this endeavor. This has been a labor of love for me for quite a while. I'll have a forecast update for you in the morning between 7 and about 7:30, and we'll take you out for the next 7 days on that. We'll throw the 6 to 10 day outlook in there as well, which is probably going to trend cooler. I haven't seen it yet, but we'll take a look at that and have that along with some rainfall totals and updates on what the next 5 to 10 days look like. But appreciate you guys being here tonight. Thanks, Dean, man. Appreciate you always, brother. If you have questions or concerns, feel free to email me, doc@docdeason.com. You can obviously send Facebook messages as well. I don't check the Facebook Messenger as much, but if I do get something from you, I promise if I do see it, when I do see it, I'll do whatever I can to respond back to you on that. Okay, but for now, thanks again for being a part of this tonight. You guys get you some rest, and we'll talk in the morning.
Thanks for watching this live broadcast from Doc Deason's Weather. When weather's at its worst, we're at our best. Doc Deason's Weather, the calm in the storm.